হব পারে কোনো গাভরুর হোক ভরা কথা, হব পারে কোনো আই তার নিখার সাধু কথা, হব পারে কোনো রং মনৰ কঠিয়া তুলিৰ ব্যথা, চিনা চিনা সুৰ কি চিনিবনে।
Welcome once again to day 2 of the 8th India Radar Meteorology Conference 2026. The theme of this session is weather, radar technology, radar calibration, and EM waves. We begin today's session with a lead talk by Dr. V.K. Anandan and Dr. Soma Sen Roy, who will join us online, followed by presentations to be chaired by Professor Ganapati Shankar Bhatt and Dr. Sachin Deshpande. I would now like to invite our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats on the dais. May I invite Dr. Vengalil Kumar Anandan, former Deputy Director of ISRO Telemetry, Tracking and Command Network, and currently the Chief Technological Officer and Senior Vice President at Astra Microwave Products Limited. Sir, please take your seat in the dais. Sir, that way. I invite Professor Ganapati Shankar Bhatt, Chairman, Center for Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. May I also invite Dr. Sachin Deshpande, Scientist, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. Archana Bora to felicitate our guests at the dais. Would like to felicitate Dr. V.K. Anandan with a Fulam Gamusa and a memento. Would like to felicitate Professor Ganapati Shankar Bhatt with a Fulam Gamusa and a memento. Next, we would like to felicitate Dr. Sachin Deshpande with a Fulam Gamusa. Thank you very much. We now move on to the lead talk of the session titled Next Gen Radar Systems, Innovations in Microwave Engineering and Signal Processing Algorithms, which will be delivered by Dr. Vengalil Kumar Anandan, who is the former Deputy Director of ISRO Telemetry, Tracking and Command Network. He is currently serving as the Chief Technological Officer and Senior Vice President at Astra Microwave Products Limited. Dr. Anandan is a revered figure in the field of Indian earth sciences and physics. He specializes in designing and developing advanced radar systems, including phased array and Doppler weather radars, and is involved in signal processing and atmospheric studies, contributing significantly to India's indigenous space and weather monitoring capabilities. He was involved in India's first indigenous polarimetric C-band Doppler weather radar. He did his PhD in ECE and physics from Cochin University of Science and Technology and Sri Venkateshwara University. He conducted research at the National MST Radar Facility from 1997 to 2005. He also worked at the National Atmospheric Research Laboratory, India. Dr. Anandan joined the Indian Space Research Organization in 2008 and retired as the Deputy Director of ISRO. He continues to work towards the advancement of Indian earth sciences and physics to this day. Sir, you can start your session now. Thank you.
Up and down. Okay. And this one is doing. You can use this one. Not taking it up. Good morning to all, and let me thank in the first the organizers give me an opportunity to talk to this particular conference. So to the starting, actually it is given that narrative of my biodata about my previous affiliations and the work which I carried out in the field. So I was presently serving as a Chief Technology Officer in the same domain, basically to all kind of radars. It involves the present topic of the conference, wind profiler, Doppler weather radars, and all that latest technology which is adapts in the industry as on today. So I just come inside because it's a general talk, more on talking about the radar systems per se, and how the technology is going in these directions. So that's what I thought of it. It is more relevant to this group of people which is in the present day, and they are looking for the future, that how do we evolve the systems within our country as well as when it goes to the global. So I'll be touching to that point little bit, not specific, very specific to the only to this kind of radars, but generally what the technologies we talks about it. So before going inside, it is my desire to introduce this company. We have a stall. We are a sponsorship is there. So I am presently as if started the work along with this company. This company is also started in this country, very humble beginning with a previous scientist from the defense laboratories, and grown to a level that a very big change from the module level and generally making a small devices. It has gone into a company which is now a major contributor to the Indian as well as global defense industry, as well as these radars, wind profiler, as well as the Doppler weather radars for this country. And we are you can see that when the scale of operation which has gone into the systems, we are in the defense, space, hydrometeorology, other product services. What you say that one microwave engineering, wherever it touches in this country, our presence is there. And we have very big infrastructure for creating to the support to the system that what country demands. Not only that, we are in the supply chain, global supply chain for the defense sector also. And we have large production lines or the production facility available to cater to this requirement where country demands is rising now. And Astra products are there in land, sea, air, and space. This is what our presence shows that one as on today. And we are now touching upon the space with the big satellite productions also. So we have started our own Astra Space, a new verticals in this area, and probably coming out with an AstraSat, as well as the customer required satellite also in the future, especially to hydrology, meteorology area also, we'll be working on that point. So when I am talking about the subject today, key technology which is driving next generation radars is the active electronically scanned radar. Normally it is a requirement is changing that, and as well as the ICs, components and other devices are getting changed a lot, so that accordingly that systems are changing from the point detection to a phased array model for a fast scanning, multi-target tracking that is applicable to the defense sector as well as the meteorology point of view, and a very high reliability systems. And post-beam steering mechanism, some of the slides which will talk about it, that element level digitization helps us to find out that one, how do we go into a system level understanding of the characterizing the target itself instead of just detection alone, not alone. And which allows us to go for the faster scanning as well as multi-target, which the industry supports now, or that parallel development is happening in the other computational area with the GPU base, AI base, all this new area is developing, and quite fast it is moving. So that helps us to go into radar technology also changes its presence in a very different way in the future. And one of the big changes happening in the efficiency of the devices, gallium arsenide, gallium nitride device. Earlier it was gas gallium arsenide was there. Gallium nitride is making a big game change in the system technology adaptations in the future. And software-defined applications, which is more on that one, hardware is migrating into software. That is what thing which will be really making a change in the future systems. And photonic radars, which is in the very primitive stage of the designs in various labs, and that is also going to do a wide change in the system operation, because now this, not only the power hungry devices, now it is bandwidth requirement is very high. And AI and cognitive radar, because they define radios with the artificial intelligence and cognitive information, like how you think about it, and how do we make our system also thinks in the way that what we want to configure and what we want to understand about the system in under study or the detection requirement. And quantum radar, very, very primitive stage, but lot of research work is going in those directions. Once it is picked up, I think that is a total game changer, or the economy will be defined on this area, particularly into quantum radars. As well as when we talk about that technology, when it is changing, there is a real change will going to take place in the various areas of the systems, especially transmitter model, which we talk about, the semiconductor technology with the GaN, which I am emphasizing. And when you change the transmitter with a large efficiency requirement, along with substrate systems like a cooling systems, all needs a very big change. And that is also now demanding in the industry, that how do we improve our efficiency at the same time without changing the footprints. That's what most important. A lot of different applications are there. I just only just naming few of them. So this will lead into the demand based requirement from the customer side or the user side, and which will drive the system to come up with new technology models. So large-scale phased array system is one of the things which is even now it is in the wind profiler, Doppler weather radar also it's happening, and which is the reduced transmit power and increased receiver efficiency. Because the moment you say that when I want to detect with the better characterizations, it is to be done with the radar with its capability with the transmit power. But the problem is when it is going to transmit power, the managing the system design in terms of its real estate requirement plus heating or the thermal management, all will be always an issue. So that what we do that normally it is there is a paradigm shift is happening, that instead of increasing the transmit power, let us look back into the how do we increase the efficiency of the receiver. But as you know that when, as an electromagnetic theory when you are learning, or RF designs when you are learning, there is a limitations everywhere. So we are looking for how do we reduce that point of view, how do we increase the efficiency of the receive power, and a multi-array configuration, that's another way. So the cryo-cooled systems are the one of the things which may happen in the receiver side that will increase the efficiency by or in terms of the scale of noise figure or something which we normally talk about 3 dB or 4 dB, to reduce by 50% or 70% of that number. That is a drastic change, that transmit power will be reduced to the equivalent level and bring up the system efficiency to that scale. So this is a highly demanding, but bringing the cryo temperatures like 10 degree or even to 70 degree, it's a state of the art has to come up to a miniaturizations, and how do we handle such kind of things. But things are there in the country, I mean the world also, people are doing it a lot, so country also aiming for it, and this company is also aiming for that same things. Another area is that transmit is not with the single systems, like a phased array system itself, but with a large array itself with a large power, but it is got distributed, and you do characterizations in the receive section. That's what monostatic radar with the multiple transmissions with a large power, as well as you can do with a bistatic radar also to isolate the thermal management of the receiver which is going to face, or microwave leakage of the signals which comes to receiver in a large array problem that can be mitigated. So that's one thing. In the array signal processing also, suppose instead of earlier days, you can see that when large systems with larger dish antennas or something like that, now it is reducing to a level that you distribute that one and configure in the back end with the proper digitization systems and collimate all these things and create a power to what you want it. So that is a big change which is happening across the world, and a lot of systems are getting changed according to that point. So there are system which is for especially it is may not be reflected in this one, but when we are working on the deep space communications, second part is that when we want to do detection of the small targets at the range at 2,000 kilometer target, when I say about it, 10 centimeter, 5 centimeter, or even millimeter size is a concern to us in the satellite domain, space domain. So these are all to be detected. So we have to have a very efficient system which has to be configured, which cannot be done with a single system. It has to be a group of radars together has to function in a very phased manner so that we can get these things to happen. And at the back end, it's not that when everything is happening in the hardware domain alone. The signal processing is earlier it is a theoretical concept. People are proving with what is possibility. Now it is migrating into the hardware realizations plus real-time system realization. That is what most demanding part of it. So this is also happening in this domain that things are, earlier it's only represented by a theoretical analysis. Now it's going into more on that implementation with the latest FPGAs, GPU, and all this programming concept. So that will create a big difference in the way that how do you look into the system, or how do you process the data from the back end which receives it. It's having its own problems. When you are designing it, you should take care of everything. For example, when you are taking, radar is probably it's a multidisciplinary subjects in that sense. The application is totally a domain independent of what we think about the engineering concept. But engineering itself is multiple verticals are involved. So all these things together make a big name as called radar. So radar we have to understand that one. When I'm changing something, what is its effect on my overall observational effect? So the moment when I reducing or improving the system with the large array and increasing its efficiency in terms of identifying the target in a particular locations. So it's associated with so many problems. As you know that one, it probably creates the side lobes, grating lobes, all these problems we have to mitigate. So signal processing at the back end has to be, there are different signal processing concepts which can be used for that purpose to reduce or suppress the signals of unwanted signals in various stages. So beamforming is one of the biggest concepts that which is coming in the phased array system, which will be really changing that way that we look with a single dish antenna model to a phased array model, and we have to address the associated problems also. So when I'm just talking about this wind profiler concept itself, it is not there in the, probably it is not seen by many people or not seen, probably few papers are available in the literatures, but it is doable now, and it is done, and we proved the systems. So these are the things will come that when if you have a phased array systems, and it's we want to get the same information what you get it with a electronic beam steering method, how do we do with a single concept, single model things? For example, when you are doing an active phased array system, you want to get a three-dimensional wind fields. Not only it's just like three-dimensional wind fields, across the 360-degree azimuth plane, if you want to get the wind fields, you can get it done. This is one of the observations which is conducted with the Mu radar systems in the Kyoto. So where that 25-channel receiver system, you can see that one, how the reflectivity field is created across the range which is in the x-axis and in the different angle of observations. When we are looking that one, this is the information captured in the wind field in a 30 seconds observations and crossing to 20 kilometers. This is not possible otherwise. Normally when we do, 30 seconds is a big, shortest time which you can think about the resolution of observations. Normally in the discussion, probably many papers may come out in the discussions with a 5-beam profiling within 4 minutes or 3 minutes of observations, the best possible with the present systems. So that is possible to do it with the post-beam steering concept, where that you can have the wind fields or information in the very high resolution, especially when you want to do vorticity, convective system studies, or all these things. So this is possible with the post-beam steering, and that is the way it has to move the observation, because more and more better observation to be there, because we are already done with many things. But how do we improve, how do we understand the atmosphere better than what we know as on today? So this is what the system demands there. So you can see it's in comparisons, which is not that just like we can talk about it. We have to compare with the wind field, what we observed from that kind of particular setup. Is it a valid one or not? So a lot of work has gone inside, and it's validated also. So it's a possibility to do this kind of observations. So what I'm showing here is the wind profile, which is observed with the earlier title with so many algorithms, which can bring the multiple inputs and create a beam steering in different directions, and you can create a three-dimensional wind fields. It is not that one, we are getting only one radial velocity component. We can have n number of radial velocity components inside the 360-degree plane of actions, and we can recreate the wind fields of three-dimensional wind field of UVW components. This is the possibilities. And coming to the target detection point of view, it is very important to me to look inside from the, if it's a single target, whether it is a target of concern of weather or it's a defense. Defense is more important to me for this kind of studies. So when it is looking inside, you can see that one earlier when we have a beam width, within the beam width, what we can do, one object can be resolved. But within the same system, if we can configure that in a phased array concept with a given beam width of observations, there will be a lot of difference in the understanding level through a super resolution techniques, which is adaptable. You can see in the left and right different algorithms which is being used, and how do we resolve two targets are simulated in the particular plane, and within the beam width of 1 degree, you are resolving it. Suppose when it goes to the 4-target model, you can see that one, how do we resolve 4 targets within the beam width of 1 degree. So these are the technology which is demanding now, because you can't have a big system, and the back end, the computation, you have to improve it, and at the same time, data assimilations in a different way we have to do it, and you can improve the system performance, or understanding the target in observation in the long range. Probably it is not applicable, because the study can lead into something you want to, for example, narrate the story like a few satellites and few objects are moving in the space segments. And all are near to your, within 10 kilometer differentiated. When I go to 20 kilometer with a 1 degree beam width, all will come inside the beam width. So how do I isolate? How do I determine this one? There is a target is, different targets are there, I have to characterize. Only way we can do it by doing this kind of super resolution techniques in the back end to resolve the objects in the, within the given beam width. But it demands large computational in the back end. There's no doubt about it. It is not that easy to handle it, but we should have the very fine element digitizations, and back end computation has to be strengthened, and you can get it done. So this is what the simulation studies talks about it. It's a very large array, really by 70 by 70 elements. So around 5,000 element array, if you create it, you can think about it, what a beam width of 1 degree, which is comes in the given band of frequencies. And resolving within 1 degree 4 targets. Otherwise, it is not possible with a single array configurations. So this is the way that technology will be going very soon for that. How do we reduce the hardware in one side, and at the same time, evolve a system for resolving in backend with the required signal processing. And another area is the systems are not designed only for one particular type of target detections. People are changing the concept that one, how do we use the same system for multiple models? So MIMO is the one of the system along with a cognitive concept in the back end. You can have a large number of different kind of target in mind and do that point. And it is, that itself will take me to a long time of discussions in the studies. What we can do it, transmit array, you can configure the way you want it. Receiver also, you will be changing the way that it is looking. One is looking this direction, one can be looked in the other directions, and do the radar in the similar same time. It is not talking about the different time, I am pointing into different directions. So technology is getting changed, and frequency is one part of it, which will be helping you to how do we do a frequency synthesis within the pulse width itself and create a system. We are present day DWRs are doing 3 or 4 carrier frequencies simultaneously in one pulse width. That's a very simple example. You can talk about it. That is, of course, different objectives are there with a different pulse width, different frequency of transmissions, and in the receive side, you can have it with a frequency, diversity, mapping, and create your own different areas of understanding in the different range of observations. This is what is possible. So another model is that one, it is not stopping that one, how do I do a super resolutions or resolving my data into a better and better form. So it's not with one system. The system can be subdivided into multiple groups, and observations are conducted from the different angle of observations, and you can resolve in a better understanding of the characterization of the system. This is also one of the area where that people will be coming out with a different model. And another one is the split pulse transmit techniques, because nowadays the guy has introduced that one GAN devices, which can helps you to go with a very for 30%, 40% efficiency system in the transmission power itself. So what it demands back to you that you can have a large pulse width. It doesn't determine to look into a particular range of observations, large different segments of observations. Each pulse can have its own characteristics. And you club it everything and transmit it back. And the receive end also equally configurable, latest digital technology with configurable NCOs, or what we call as numerically controlled oscillators, and down convert the signals into different way and process independently into multi-channel model. So these are the possibilities that one system look at different places and characterize everything together. This is very important nowadays in the defense sector, where that we talk about that targets come from different directions, and you have one device. You want to understand that when everything from everywhere is attack is coming. So how do we configure the system? This is applicable even in the meteorology side also, weather radar point of view. We can split the signals into different domain. How do we do this one in the phased array system? That's what which I am just putting it back end. It's all are changing now. It's not that when you will be doing with the one system, one is configuring into the transmission sections. We are doing everything with a small systems, configure as per the demand. Every user, every different customer, or every different applications, you can configure it. It is starting from now aircraft when it is going weather radar detection point of view, they want only 1 foot size radar because the cone is very small. And that can go up to even 2 feet or 3 feet maximum, the Boeings when it is coming there. So demand-based requirement is not that system is changing. System is only configured as per the demand. It is the basic module is same, and you are tiling up into the requirement. This is what we can do it. And this is what we are doing it in the many aircraft. Because there is a requirement for the helicopter that probably we can imagine that one, an X-band DWR ranging up to 450 kilometers with a 1 foot size. Of course, we have to understand that one because application area is different. Pilots is looking only for the target which is in mind is the long range, whether any severe weather conditions changing is or not. So there are the changes which is happening so that a tiles and plank-based design is building up, and which will be demand-based configuration is coming in the back end. So this makes big change in the system design or system concept, and how do you make the system fastest way to configure and get it back? That's what is doing it. So this is our all airborne radars which will demand for that point, and we are configuring to that one, and technology is having that. And one of the area is MMICs, because we want to miniaturize the total system modules into a, instead of making small components and building up the total chain, everything is miniaturizing and bringing to a small modules and integrating system. Capability of that one is in the present day. Industry is supporting that one. It can do that. I am just touching, this is a different subject. How do we track the system? How do we go for it? Everything is changing the way that we do a digital domain concept. Instead of earlier days, those who are understand that monopulse techniques and about the tracking of the system with a dish-based antenna, there will be 4 horns. When you are anywhere you are moving, you can see. Track the objects is with 2 horns. Now the digital array is changing to a concept like, how do we make this concept as demand-based again? What is the resolution you want it? What is the range of observation you are looking? What accuracy you want it? Accordingly, you can configure. So this is what is changing. Large array, transmit array is small, receive array is very big. So within the transmit sections, you have n number of beam formation in the receive sections. So this allows you to look at the different beams. Fastest scanning is possibility, and you can do that point. And in the weather radar also, now it's changing into UAV-based systems. It is not that when everything is static in the model. We are going into a drone-based detection models, radars, which will be immediately scanning and flying in multiple regions, not in a particular region alone, especially when you want to characterize the severe weather conditions where that it is difficult otherwise. So you can just fly around it and capable of moving that UAVs are available now, and people can do for it. So that is what the big change is happening. It is not that when India has done it, but in abroad it is happening like that. I was talking about polarimetric Doppler weather. This is one of the product which is coming out of the company, where that tile-based operations, and you can have from 1 foot size to 2 foot size in an X-band system, and probably in the 2 meter size in the C-band system, which start from nearly 2 feet antenna array and goes that one. So demand based or the customer requirement point of view, we can configure and run it. I'm just touching upon this one. This is a major change is happening now, dish-based system going into a modular polarimetric Doppler weather radar models, which is having a lot of difference from the application or the way that you see the weather, and that will change. Because earlier when a volumetric scan is coming, probably many papers which is discussing here, it takes around 8 meters for 20-degree scan angle when you are going up. But this system can do the same observation less than 2 minutes. This is what the change, game change which will happen there. And why do we need it? This is very important because nowadays the severe weather conditions are across this country also. It's very drastically observed across plateau, which is not seen earlier days, is also affected by that kind of conditions. So the decision-making body needs information, not in 8 or 10 minutes time interval. They want to come up in the process. So this can be done in the urban meteorology point of view, environmental point of view. You can have your own system configuration. Large area can be scanned and put it inside. Okay. Hello. Yeah, going to the technology point of view, drone-based system. We are talking about single-based, ground-based observations. Now, same thing can be done with the drone-based array configurations and make it out of it. So this is where the technology, again moving inside, that you can have a configuration from the top and get the informations, including wherever you want to go. It's quite possible nowadays with the drones are available for 3 to 4 kilometer height. And satellite, we cannot avoid that one. And we are in the pitching to that area also. That can give you all type of observation the other side. And another part is that how do we resolve the techniques with a better and better resolutions? Because, people, once you do the systems, we are not stopping there. How do we improve the system performance? ISAR is one of the important area which has to be touched upon, and people are working in that area. Another area is how do we make the same system, same configuration with a shareable configuration instead of going and doing with the multiple system. You can share the same system for the various observations. This is what that phase centers are created for different angle of observations, and you can create. This is a 180-degree phase. You can change the entire system. This design is basically meant for in the satellite domain. Normally when we do in the tracking systems, one satellite, one dish antenna, this particular design will support hundreds of satellites in all time you can observe. So this is what the design changes is happening, back end. And the digital domain, lot of changes is happening because of the large scale changes in the FPGA, GPUs and other things. Anyway, I got instructions to come down, so I have to go, otherwise it will take other speaker time also. So now FPGA has come out with RF SOC, RF system on chips. So that will change big things, because earlier we are talking about the multi-carrier weather radar system where that we configure normally 40 to 50 NCO. Now normally numerically controlled down converters within the one FPGA itself to take out all the signals of different natural problems to address it. So that is one thing. And finally to AI and accelerator machine, we can't leave it because that is what going to rule tomorrow. So we have to pitch inside there, and a lot of weather applications are coming. model-based techniques are available with old data, and tuning is done, and lot of algorithm, free algorithm, open source algorithm, probably many people knows that one, many people may be presenting here also, that is there. I am not touching that one because that's a different subject. Thank you. I think I kept in time.
That was a comprehensive view of an exciting area of new concepts and technological challenges and ideas. In fact, it is imagination, that is what is driving it, isn't it?
Thank
Fantastic.
you.
Thank you for this very comprehensive view. Time for a couple of quick questions.
Hello. Thank you for nice lecture, sir, that Astra has taken up new technologies. I have small doubt that SSPA based radars, so that will work on hybrid pulse mode, like 2-3 pulses we have to we have to short pulse and long pulses will be used. How you are tackling blending these regions, one short pulse to long pulses, like 2-3 pulses, how you are blending the zones for it will directly affect on data that regions.
Yeah, in this present day, what we are doing, it is only carrier frequency of transmission of each pulse is modified. Because I was explaining about the split techniques in the model, but it is not intended rightly into split techniques. What we do, short pulse with the one carrier frequency. We have 3 carrier frequency in our design now. Short pulse, mid pulse, and a large pulse. Because to meet the radar range of equations, we do very long pulse, around 80 microseconds to 200 microseconds, depends upon the frequency of operations. So that pulse with everything is changed from some 5 megahertz to 10 megahertz apart. And we should have a very good discriminator in between, or filtering in between, to see that when pulses are not leaked into other area. And NLFM is the basic requirement to satisfy your weather radar point of view, because the range side lobe should be as low as 35 to 40 dB down. So NLFM is the only one thing which we can think about it, creating that one. That's what the challenges inside. When you change the technology, how do we adapt that one present day observations, which is not spoiling the observation because of the other reasons. Suppose if I'm using a normal rectangular pulse and pushing it, you know that one, the leakage is 13 dB. Even with the coding techniques, there is a problem. This also coding, NLFM is a coding. Suppose if I'm using wind profiler, I cannot use NLFM. I have to go for the biphase coding and things like that. Because there I can have because my atmospheric coherent length is quite large, whereas in the weather radar systems, the coherent length is very, very small. So I have to do pulse by pulse processing. So I have to approach into a different coding models, and each coefficient, like in addition to this one, each pulse is having different coefficients of waveform generation. So that's what we do it. And backend, again, it is because I was just touching upon that FPGA based processing. Yeah. We have not only this transmit signal is checked back, received signal all 3 carrier, and it's low, high, all this thing, large bandwidth requirement, because weather radar is 100 dB dynamic range minimum requirement. So we have to have low gain, high gain channel. So each will demand something like 24 minimum numerical control or demodulator inside the digital domain, and it's filters. But it is present day technology allows you to do that one. It's already done, it is happening.
How much percentage you are applying, sir, blending zone, like 30% blending zone and 50% pulse to pulse, percentage of blending zone?
Blinding zone?
Yeah, blending.
Blending?
Yeah.
I need not blend it. I will isolate that each pulse is guarded by 5 megahertz. So that is what we do it.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Will there any possibility of including the AI-based scan strategy for the weather radars? That's the first question.
Yes, you can do. That is what I am touching upon cognitive approach.
Okay.
You have some information in advance. System can adapt to that processing line, which is best one to adapt it with the previous informations available in the backend. So the waveform generation can be adapted internally because nowadays these are all programmable. I can generate instead of a small pulse or the large pulse requirement, I can modify my pulse requirement and do the scanning strategy very differently. So it is possible to do AI in the backend.
Yeah, and the second question is the readiness about the supplying the phase array radar for weather observation. How much the companies are ready within India and internationally?
I was showing all this, I don't know, internationally I'm not supposed to comment as on today because I'm working for the company.
Yeah.
As on today I was showing you so many modules.
Yes.
These modules are being used in the defense sector. That I am talking about tiles and planks and other things. How do you configure from 1 foot size to 1 meter or what depends on, this is 1 foot to 1 meter is the for expand size I am talking about it. Because medium configurations depends upon what customer is really looking inside. If I am touching the weather radar in the avionics or the aircraft side, they are not looking the way that what a atmospheric research group is doing that one or the weather meteorology division is looking inside. They want to detect, they are through 2-3 parameters like a shear and turbulences want to study. So you need not go for such a complex process in the back end, but at the same time, their range of observation is with a 1 foot size, they want to see 400 kilometer. You can imagine that on what you are transmitting, how you are getting it inside. So that's to make changes, right?
I think, so due to, we are already overstepped our time by 15 minutes. You can talk to him during tea time.
Yeah, I am available till evening.
Just one question. Here.
Yeah, please.
Very quick, half a minute.
Yes. What I want to understand is your main area is, you cater to the needs of the customer and fantastic work that looks like very good work in the field of radars. What I want to understand is what is the how is the company focusing on the novelty part? Like what is new in the sense what in a particular direction where you are driving the novelty?
Okay, all my presentation is almost in the company profile. Okay.
No. What I want to understand,
I think,
what you have presented is something
me.
which many companies are doing. I'm not talking about Indian companies. I'm talking about, if you look at it, your work is fantastic. But in the, if you look worldwide, it is something which many companies are doing. What I want to understand, what maybe it's a good idea for all of us is to, what is the novelty that you are driving at? That is what, just any
I
overview.
think, this can be discussed among, between two of you.
I do agree. I will only one main statement.
Yeah. So
everybody is driving in this world for something to achieve it. India should not go behind that.
Right.
India is to do that one also here. Somebody has to take it up. This company is doing that. We are not taking any technology from them and just copying here. We should know that one, Indian should have its own strategy, its own technology in hand to come up. If you don't take it up that one, you are always slave.
Okay, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but lack of time. And I am glad that Dr. Anandan came and gave this talk. In India, I know him for long, and he is an expert in radar hardware and signal processing. His knowledge is very deep. Thank you for coming and sharing your experience. And you can talk to him in case you have additional questions. Yeah, he's available till the evening. Thank you.
Right, thank you, sir.
Hello. Now,
Thank you very much, sir. Our next lead talk will be delivered by Dr. Soma Sen Roy, who is already online. She's joined us. Dr. Roy was with us on the first day during the opening of the radar school. I would like to still give a small introduction. Dr. Soma Sen Roy is the head of the radar division at the Indian Meteorological Department, New Delhi. She joined the India Meteorological Department in 1998 as a meteorologist after postgraduate studies in physics from the University of Delhi. Following 1-year training in meteorology at the Meteorological Training Institute at Pune and further specialized training in nowcasting and short-range forecasting at the National Severe Storms Laboratory in USA and the UK Met Office, she is presently posted in the National Weather Forecasting Center of IMD. Dr. Roy is online. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm currently a slight change. I am now in the radar division, not in the National Weather Forecasting Center. Thank you and good morning. Can I have the screen sharing option, please?
We can see you now.
Yes, I think I can see.
So there is
So good morning and apologies for joining online. There are other engagements I could not miss in Delhi, that's why I could only join online today. But it has been a very interesting session, what I've heard from Dr. Anandan, and it's an exciting field to go ahead. So my talk will focus on the application side. Is this screen visible, please?
yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Please, go ahead.
The point is, as you know, rather it's a very good continuation of what Dr. Anandan has been saying. He's described the exciting new challenges of radar technology. My point is more on the user side, where we are and what we are planning to go ahead with. Of course, my presentation is therefore in two parts. First is where we are currently in the operational use of radars. And thereafter, what we require and what we are targeting towards in the near future. Of course, evolution, I need not go into it with you. Needless to say, we were the first, we were lucky enough after the Second World War to get the first Doppler weather radars, first radars. The first one was installed at Calcutta, and thereafter, generation after generation of radars have come in. Bhatt is here. I think I have taken a figure from his paper, Mawsum paper, as you can see. And thereafter, a lot of development has further taken place in the 14 years after 2011. And much of it has been possible because of a lot of contribution from much of the evolution of, say, mesoscale meteorology has been possible only because of this Doppler weather radars. The first radars were used mainly for aviation forecasters. The radar code, if you are aware of it, used to be the first one. In fact, I also used it initially with analog radars. And with digital radars and with development in communication technology. So communication is a major part of the development of radars, which is often not given the amount value it should, but because only with the evolution of the internet has this the data become more reach the user more easily than it used to be earlier. So if we are looking at the current weather radar configuration, we currently have 47 weather radars, Doppler weather radars. The radars are X-band, C-band, and S-band. scope of weather forecasting, and we have moved away from long range forecasting, extended range forecasting, medium range forecasting to short range forecasting. And in this scale, radars form the basis for the entire forecast endeavor. Just to give you an idea, if you can see my screen, this a weather forecaster is given the duty of giving a forecast for the cumulonimbus stage. That is when there is a thunderstorm happening. Thunderstorm means cumulonimbus stage. And that forecast, that warning has to be given on the basis of what the current condition is, when the cell may be only in the cumulus stage. So this development, it can happen within 1 hour, and it can happen and die down within 1 hour, and it can happen in the scale of 6 to 7 hours, depending on the season and the region. So it becomes a very tough job to know whether a cumulus cloud will become a cumulonimbus, and that is where the forecaster's knowledge and the forecaster's experience comes, and the radar data, how we use it, I'll go later into that. Currently, we have only a single scan strategy. This scan strategy was developed around 2010-11 based on the existing Doppler weather radars. At that time, there were geometronic radars which could not take high RPM. So this is a 10-minute scan strategy. We are now proposing to go into a faster scan strategy. In 10 minutes, it scans 10 elevations, and again, not only 10 elevations, for 250 kilometers, for S-band radars it is 250 kilometers, and then 500 kilometer surveillance scan, 2 lowest elevations it takes, and thereafter the 2 are combined and then given to the user. So IMD-B and IMD-C scans. When we talk of current use of radar data, we use directly nowcasting, and also it is assimilated into NWP and nowcast models, and the product from them is also utilized in our nowcasting work. This is our website. So what do we look for in radar data? We look for vertical shear, we look for convergence, divergence, advection, sea breeze onset, velocity couplet, discontinuity line in the horizontal, and then we also look for reflectivity profile in horizontal, vertical, with texture, height of clouds, biological clutter. You will note that the first 6 categories are in red, the last 4 categories are in, I think it is gray colored on the screen. That is because the first 6 categories come weather, where the large-scale structure is not very clearly defined, radars often give the first clear signal of where the convergence is happening. This is, for example, Delhi radar data, the first picture on the left. You can see there is a strong veering of winds in the low to mid levels, and because of that, there is warm air advection, and you can see the cloud formation has already started. And this structure takes shape much before the clouds start to form at the site. Similarly, there is another picture from Nagpur radar. We look for the convergence signature in the radar data, and you can see that the zone of the maximum convergence is where a little later. This is, of course, this is showing at the same time, but this signature was available around 20 to 30 minutes before this particular weather system developed. But this area, that is how a warning was issued for this particular area, that there would be severe thunderstorms. And based on so this is the first signature we get from the velocity data that there will be a weather system happening. Now, here similarly, a convergence. So this is not just from the reflectivity data, but from the velocity data, the convergence gives an indication of the severity of the thunderstorm. So once the cell starts to form, the warning level can be is increased to orange or red based on whether there is a signature in the velocity field or not. Similarly, this is a case of water spout in Kerala. Kochi radar has picked a very strong vertical shear. It is, if you see, there is no rotational shear. This is simply, unlike the cyclone Gauhati case, if you see, this is pretty much, the zero isolated line is pretty straight. So this is a case where there was a water spout event that happened in Kochi, in the neighborhood of Kochi. This was the zone where a water spout happened. So these are the signatures that forecasters look for. Suppose high vertical shear, strong convergence, whether there is a warm air advection or cold air advection. All these signatures forecasters look for once the cloud is starting to form, in order to give the severity of the thunderstorm. The other thing we look for is the impact of sea breeze. Sea breeze onset, we look for not only for thunderstorms but also heat wave. Because as you can see here, at 6 UTC, around 11:20 IST of the day, Chennai radar, for example, the sea breeze onset has happened. Once sea breeze onset happens, temperature comes down immediately, but more importantly, persistent and deep sea breeze indicates formation of thunderstorms. So these are signatures that a forecaster looks for in the velocity data. When we talk of the reflectivity data, just briefly, we look at the bright band location. For example, this is from two radars, Delhi and Agartala. You can see that the regions of convection are, this is a small line system moving towards the sea. Naturally, it will move towards the moisture regions. And there is a bright band location behind it. So the forecaster does not give a warning for the severity. Warning comes only in the region of severe of the convective cells, whereas in the stratiform region only rainfall warning is given. So for example, if we are talking of if this were in Bengal, or suppose this is in Tripura, Agartala, so there will be a warning for Tripura, Agartala for the next 2 to 3 hours based on the speed of movement of this district-wise warning, or based on the speed of movement of the small line. Whereas afterwards, the warning will be sharply degraded to yellow alert only for rain. So this kind of warning it goes from IMD to our district level portal. Why do we need model-based forecasting? This is a subject I have worked with for a long time. But we do have model-based forecasting. We do have nowcast models. We have short happens later. So similarly, the wind shear also is different, has a different pattern through the year. So if we really see the character of the thunderstorms or the character of convection changes from month to month, season to season. If we, this is a case for, this is just 3 examples I've taken for Delhi, for example. Winter time thunderstorms, and these change. I mean, this is, I've taken an example of Delhi, but this is in general way we can put it. The winter time thunderstorms form in an atmosphere of moderate shear, low moisture, low sensible heating in the lower levels, and dry middle levels. So some of the factors are favorable. Moderate shear is favorable, dry middle level is favorable, but moisture is low and sensible heating in the lower levels is very low. Because of this, the cells are amorphous, stratiform component dominating, and they tend to be short-lived, fast-moving. When we talk of, so these are the cells, so let me first explain the 3 types that we generally categorize, and this is not just me, but various previous authors, House and others have also noted this character of thunderstorms. When we talk of pre-monsoon, or whenever when the main severe thunderstorms happen, these form in an atmosphere of high shear because the subtropical westerly jet is aloft, especially over northern India. Low moisture throughout India, moisture is very low, and high sensible heating in lower levels and dry middle levels. Because of these conditions, the cells are taller, much taller than they were in the winter season. Fast moving because the steering flow is very fast. Short lived because there is not much moisture to sustain these thunderstorms. Less stratiform, more convective component. So these are explosive development, explosive decay. So this kind of thunderstorms are the ones which have the maximum potential for severe weather, whether it is hail or squall. Thereafter, when we are talking of monsoon time thunderstorms, these are formed in an atmosphere. These are primarily large scale, synoptic scale driven weather systems. They form in an atmosphere of low shear. Low shear meaning the subtropical westerly jet is not there, easterly jet is much higher. High moisture in the lower levels, moderate sensibility in the lower levels, and moist mid levels. This is very important because in this case, the cells are fatter, broader. I mean, pre-monsoon thunderstorm cells are 10 to 20 kilometer, 10 kilometer width. Oftentimes over northwest India, we get only 5 to 10 kilometer wide cells, and lifetime is less than 10 20 minutes. Here the cells are 40 to 50 kilometers wide, and they have a lifetime of 30 to 40 minutes, each thunderstorm cell. And stratiform component is more. Stratiform component is basically the remnants of the decayed convective cells and the outflows from the convective cells.
Dr. Soma Sen Roy,
Yeah.
you have 4 minutes left.
Okay.
Yes, thank
I
you.
just tried to finish it. This is a numbers SOP, and as you can see, we use radar data not only through the nowcast models, but also through radar data and products. And that is how a nowcast is finally issued. There are around 16 to 17 categories of thunderstorms that we forecast from IMD, and for each of them, a lot of work is required. What do we require? Firstly, this is a slide. I don't know whether you have I have shown it. If anybody has talked about it or not. We are doing a mission Mosam project, which is a major project of the government of India. Through this, we are going to buy a lot of radars. Around 126 radars are planned, and around 22 wind profilers are planned. So this is likely to cover the entire Indian region. We are going to move from not just, as you can see, Rajasthan is empty, but with the 126 radars, we plan to have the entire Indian region at 0.5 degree will be covered, except maybe the western and eastern, extreme eastern Himalayan region. Simultaneously, we'll have microwave radiometers as well as wind profilers. Around 22 wind profilers are planned and 25 microwave radiometers. So we are going off in a big way about the observation network. In addition to this, the Indian Navy has a lot of around 9 wind profilers in the system. Indian Air Force is going for 67 wind profilers, and various state governments are also in the process of installation of Doppler weather radar. So, just for your information, a lot of observations are going to come. What do we need? First is unification of radar data resource. Various manufacturers are producing data in different formats, different algorithms are being used. We need standardization. This has been done around 20 years back in the United States, but we still do not always have that level 1 standardization and level 2 standardization. Level 0, level 1, level 2 standardization. That is very necessary. Then standardization of radar scan strategy. There is not just across India but also across neighboring countries. We need to have complementary scan strategy, complementary installation, and operation of radars. If we are not able to run one radar, the Air Force, the Navy should be able to run theirs, so that we get the data and it is usable. Radar technology, I don't need to talk about it. We have already gone through a lot of phases. Right now, we are going towards phased array radar. Anandan sir knows about it, and we are planning to shortly go ahead with this kind of procurement. Calibration. This is a major concern for us. Radar data calibration has to be improved with AWS, SIRG, satellite wisdometer. We are pushing forecasters to give a forecast. But if the data quality is poor, it is unusable. This is something that has to be highlighted. And inter-radar calibration is equally important. Different manufacturers have to be brought onto the same platform. One is hotter than the other. That has to be controlled. Then we have customized mesoscale and nanoburst models. This again is something that, multi-radar, multi-sensor, short-range forecast strategy. Most countries have their own strategy for doing this, and we need to use AI-driven nowcasting and short-range models to further utilize this radar data. The fifth point is radar data for forecasters. This is my dream project, development of a visualization platform similar to Rapid. Right now, how are forecasters, how are users accessing the data? There is hardly any. You have to work on a radar platform to do that. We need a common platform for visualization and develop senior weather algorithms. This is again prediction of ultimate
Yeah. Thank you so much for this comprehensive view of the problems involved in nowcasting and what you are doing. That is excellent presentation. And unlike most of us who are in the academics, who look at data in post-mortem, you are in the battlefield all the time, face bullets. And when things go right, no compliments come. But when you go wrong, a lot of criticism. You know, that is a part of your life, but you are doing very well. Congratulations. Any burning question? Couple of them. Yeah, I think that many questions are there, but probably they will convey you in email or other way. Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Very much appreciated. Yeah, you know, that shows what IMD is doing and plan to do, and it is good. And a lot of challenges, as you said, no? Many things are happening in that field, especially nowcasting and severe weather. And in the context of climate change and the increasing intensity as well as frequency of these severe storms, that becomes very critical for me. So now we go into the presentations. Yeah. May I now call upon Dr. Somnath Mahato. Yeah. What is this? Satar.
This title has changed now.
I see.
No, this is some. Is Somnath Mahato available? Yes. Okay. Okay, but the title is different. Okay.
Yeah. So you have 10 minutes.
Yes.
8 minutes I'll give you.
Yeah.
Yeah, change this title.
iRAD is yes, this one. Thank you and good morning, sir. I am very much honored that I will present my paper in this radar platform, but my work is not 100% related to radar, but is electromagnetic signal. My paper title is Satarka Varta, which I have give the name, and it's taken that NAVIC satellite as one of the experts, sir, today morning, sir, has given, that NAVIC satellite is basically used for the positioning system, like GPS. So we have one function from NAVIC satellite that we can get the alert message signal from NAVIC satellite 1A from 1.15 frequency, that L5 frequency, we are getting that. So this this is the primary region from where we are getting NAVIC. NAVIC has two regions, primary and secondary. This one is primary region and this one is the secondary region, red one. And from the primary region, we are getting from 15 to 20 meter position and solution accuracy as per ISRO. So what we are getting, these are the two books available in ISRO and in collaboration with INQUISE. These two are available where we can get the alert message services. What are the alert message service? We can get tsunami alert, we can get cyclone alert, we can get high wave, and no warning means the fishing zone information, what INQUISE provides us. So basically here 220 bits channel are there. Out of that 78 bit all the message signals are there. So for when no warning is there, that time the fishing zone information is there. If high wave is there, at that time it shows which direction and date, time and validity is shows, sir. Similarly, for the cyclone, it shows 220 bit, and within that 220 bits, 103 bits for the total data assimilation. With that, 8 for the direction, 8 for the cyclone messages, and latitude, longitude, and what IMD provide for the advisory, that is also coming. So, how the message will generate? First, IMD or Inquest send the message to NAVIC center. From there, NAVIC satellite 1A, it's sent, and we are receiving. So, how we are received? It's required only one L5 antenna and one small receiver is required. If you have the computer, you can get, or Raspberry Pi and Latte Panda also, you can do the work. So, based on that, we have developed one software that is called Satarkavarta version 1. If everything goes okay, then you will get this fishing zone information, and where the fishing zone information, latitude, longitude, and how far from your location it will shows. Everything is real time, what I am saying. And similarly, what I have mentioned, for we have detected cyclone medley during this NAVIC satellite through what IMD RSMC has sent the bulletin, and I have checked with this NAVIC satellite data, and what we are getting, I have also verified wind speed. Here we are getting that wind speed we are verifying with AWS data also, sir. And validatory here, it's for every 3 hours data will generated and updated it. Similarly, cyclone Michang we have detected similarly. Similarly, cyclone Remal we have detected. Cyclone Dana also, sir. And we have also detected one tsunami alert also. And high wave, at that time, sir, high wave alert also we have detected during that time period. So, till now, what we have developed, everything is, sir, message signal type written. But IMD is trying to send these things to fishermen and other community and trying to check. For that, we have developed one user compatibility based graphical representation. If we selected whatever the things came, everything you can get this type, sir, where is your location, where you are, and where is the fishing zone information you are getting, and how far it's a location from your location. And fishing has two types of tuna fish and non-tuna fish. This can category subdivided, we can also do that. Okay. Similarly, for cyclone tracking also, this is the updated version we have developed. If we select it and if we click on it, it will automatically shows one of the cyclone which I am taken here, cyclone Dana. And it says right now it's depression mode. After a few seconds, it will goes to deep depression mode. All the things it will come simultaneously. So like this way, we are giving the visualization platform. It's upper version software, sir, we are providing. And near future, we are planning for it will submit to 5 of our location where we can deploy it for real time. It's RMC Mumbai, RMC Chennai, RMC Kolkata, CWC Vizag, and IMD HQ also. Yeah, just it's finished, sir. Just.
Please conclude your.
Yeah, conclude. So, sir, what I believe that it will help for the fishermen, those who are does not have the internet connection. If we can provide them this kind of the system, it will help. So for that, we are also trying it for the local language, not only for the English language, and for this graphical representation also we are trying to do. And all the things, these are the location we are planning to deploy it. And we are near future, sir, we will deploy it in the fishermen, and it will help for the disaster management. Where internet connection is not available, that time, sir, you will get it. It will helpful, sir. Thank you, sir.
We can take quick 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
Yeah, sir.
Mike.
So this is a very useful application. I'm just curious, do you have any plan to transmit this information in the mobile? Because the computer may not be available on the boat as you are targeting.
Yes, sir, but if your mobile is compatible with NAVIC signal, then you can get it. Okay. You can also get it. Near future, we have also planned, sir, for this. Mobile app using that. From there, we are getting that 1A signal, and we will process. The main challenge is where we can process it. That the computation at that time, that's the main challenge we are facing till now, sir. So that's why we are not publish these things in mobile. Right
okay.
Now in desktop we are getting this.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, INCOIS used to give this tsunami warning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
over
sir.
the ocean.
Yes, sir.
And now IMD is doing that job?
No, sir. From the satellite channel, either IMD or INCOIS is send the signal to ISRO, sir.
Okay.
From the when the cyclone is come, that time IMD is sharing, and when the fishing zone information or the tsunami information, that INCOIS is providing. The channel is the same. They send the data to ISRO from their ground station. They will uplink it.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So next presentation is from Samresh Bhattacharya. So he will be talking on sustaining radar capability through in-house development at Ares VHF. He will be telling about his experience.
Yeah, good morning. So it is very important, we are talking about the installation of different kind of radars, but equally it is very important that how to keep this radar in operation. And in addition to the industry support, if that job can be done within in-house timely maintenance and upgradation, then it would be better. So Ares VHF ST radar, it is a very unique radar and pioneering radar of this type, the first 200 MHz ST radar in a building, and it is located in the Central Himalayan region. So it has a clutter fence, and we have solved the issue of the clutter by putting the clutter fence. So I am not going into detail of that. So this radar is basically in a building. So it is a 2-floor building, and it has nearly 588 transmit receive module, and it is a very complex system. So this complex system demands a very stringent maintenance, upgradation, and it's checking of the performance of the system. So it is really a operational challenges. So this radar has produced many first of its kind, the research publications from the Central Himalayan region, and some of the publications are here, results are here. So to address this in-house R&D strategy, right from the beginning of this installation of the radar, we have tried to develop different kind of software, hardware upgradation in-house. And one by one that has been implemented, tested, verified, and with that we have operated the radar and produced the scientific results. So first it's coming that antenna array, because this is an active aperture radar and it has nearly 600 transmit receive module. So obviously this antenna array, it fails. If it fails, then definitely it will alter the radiation pattern. So to address that if suppose some element fails in the array, or if there is any phase error, amplitude error, how it is affecting the antenna array radiation pattern, ultimately that will probe the atmosphere. So we have developed a in-house tool. That tool can verify the pattern, that tool can do the fault analysis. Suppose some clusters are not working, some elements are not working. Even it can do the error analysis. In phased array, error analysis is very important. The phase error, amplitude error, and it can do the optimization. Suppose some element is not working, with the rest of the element, how to retrieve the original radiation pattern. It is totally in-house developed. And this tool has been used, we use this tool in every calibration process to check the calibrations of the radar, because phased array calibration is very complex. And every time we have to do the calibration and we have to check the calibration. So this in-house tool, we use it for the verification of the calibration process in addition to the star calibration. Now when we are radiating the radar, this wind profiling radar, it receives the signals and we detect the Doppler. But when we are detecting the Doppler, in the spectrum it may come several noises, like the clutter, like say RFI, this is the RFI, and this 200 megahertz radar compared to the 50 megahertz, it is very highly sensitive to the precipitation signal. So we need to develop a customized algorithm so that it can remove the clutter, it can remove the RFI, and it can also detect the precipitation signal. So this software has been developed in-house in Addis and has been used by research, and result has been published. So this is a GUI of this tool. So what this tool does, in addition to the general processing of the spectral data or the raw data, it removes the clutter, it removes the RFI without affecting the original data, and it also has a capability to detect the precipitation signal simultaneously to the clear air signal, and process the entire signal and produce the all moments file for the next level of research. So now next, coming to the hardware upgradation, what we did in-house, that this is the TRM, and this TRM has a front amplifier that has been obsolete, device has been obsolete. So we took this work to in-house develop the amplifier module, and this is with the different device, and without changing any additional circuit, we replaced this original amplifier module. This is the characteristics curve, and that has been compared with the old one, and it has been integrated, it has been produced in-house, it has been integrated, radiated, then data has been validated. This upgradation work has been completed for nearly 100 modules, and rest of the modules work are going on. Now we as far as the technology demonstration, we developed our own TRM, because these TRMs are hundreds of numbers. So if really can be done in-house, then it will help for both for upgradation and maintenance of the system and continuous operation of the system. We have also developed our own 3-element Yagi-Oda antenna. So Addis now have the capability to produce the TRM, to produce the antenna, and we have upgraded the balloon, which was original, that was some limitations, and in-house we have developed. All these items are in-house designed, fabricated, tested, and then it is commissioned with the original system. So now these are the all developmental work what we did in for operations and performance verifications of the radar. This radar demands very stringent maintenance schedule. We have very clear maintenance schedule throughout the year, and we maintain it. We finally calibrate the radar and check the performance. And just to show you that one TRM may face different kind of technological problems. So each of them, every problem has to be addressed, that has to be tested, and then again it bring back to the operation. So all this work we do it in-house. So with all this overview of the work, so it's a takeaway is that we may talk about the setting up of different radar, but the next level it comes when we are setting the radar. It demands that this radar should be operated for next decades or significant time, and it demands the in-house capability, in-house developmental process, timely developmental process, and the innovation. That we at IRIS, a small radar group, that we are trying that, and so far this radar has been in operation nearly 6 to 7 years without a single downtime and producing some good scientific result. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry?
How many receiver channel is there in your system?
It is 1 dBs and 3 SDI, means about 1 dBs channel.
Okay, means you are operating in DBS mode only.
DBS mode, mostly DBS mode only. We are also upgrading the digital receiver.
If there are no more questions, thank you. We thank the speaker. Thank you very much.
Next presentation is from Athira S. She will be talking on simulation of differential phase shift and specific differential phase shift at X-band using scattering coefficients for plates, aggregates, and hill distribution.
Hi, good morning to one and all. I'm Adira from Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad. Today, I'd like to discuss on simulation of differential phase shift and specific differential phase shift at X-band using scattering coefficients for plates, aggregates, and hail distribution. So, as you all know, for quantitative precipitation estimation, nowcasting, and hydrometeor classification, we mainly make use of the measured polarimetric variables. However, for understanding the microphysical properties of these particles from these variables can be quite a bit challenging. Therefore, we need to have a clear understanding on the microwave scattering properties of hydrometeors, and these scattering properties can be determined using scattering coefficients, and these scattering coefficients for various distribution of hydrometeors can be simulated, and from these various polarimetric variables can be simulated. So this is an overview of my work. So we have hydrometeors of different shape, type, size, etc., which follows a particle size distribution such as gamma distribution, and whose backscattering cross-section can be modeled using a generalized multi-particle ME method. And the scattering coefficients generated from this method can be used to simulate various polarimetric variables at X-band. So this is a forward scattering model, and it can be used to solve inverse scattering problems later on. So moving on to GMM model. So this is an extension of ME theory to the multi-sphere case, and in this model we have small spheres which are clusters of small spheres and are non-overlapping, and which as a whole represent the shape of the ice particle. So like we have simulated this, we have modeled this for different hydrometeors, and the first one is plates. We have modeled 800 ice crystals in a resolution volume of 1 meter cube, and whose maximum dimension ranged from 0.4 to 4 millimeter. And this was modeled for 10 different realizations, which varies only in their position and orientations. So it was observed that the reflectivity of these plates ranged from 15 to 40 dBc, which is shown in the leftmost figure, and the differential reflectivity, that is DDR, is always greater than 1 dB, which is shown in the rightmost figure. Next, we modeled aggregates, considered 2000 aggregates in a resolution volume of 1 meter cube, and whose maximum dimension ranged from 1 to 10 millimeter. These were also modeled for 10 realizations, and it was found that the reflectivity ranged between 30 to 45 dBc, which is shown in the leftmost figure, and the ZDR was close to 0, which is shown in the rightmost figure. So next we considered a combination of plates and aggregates. In the first case we took 600 plates and 400 aggregates. And it was found that reflectivity was between 25 and 40 dBc, which is in the left figure, and the ZDR is within 0 to 2 dB, which is in the right figure. So next, instead of considering 600 plates, we took 400 plates and 600 aggregates, and it was observed that as the number of aggregates increases, the ZDR values decreases and almost comes close to 0. So next important hydrometer is hail. So we have modeled 50 hail particles in a resolution volume of 1 meter cube, and the maximum dimension of hail ranged from 10 to 60 millimeter. And these were modeled for 7 different realizations, which varied only in their position and orientations. So it was observed that it shows a really high reflectivity, which is ranging from 50 to 70 dBc in the left figure. And the ZDR shows high, like large variability, almost from -2 to 6 dB, which is in the right figure. Next, we modeled melting hail. So this was modeled by changing the refractive index of the outermost spheres in the hail from pure ice to that of water. So it was observed that reflectivity shows variation from 50 to 75 dBc, and ZDR shows a large variability, approximately from -10 to 5 dB. So till now I've been talking about reflectivity and differential reflectivity. So now let's look what is the phase related polarimetric variables. So the first one is backscatter differential phase. So the x-axis shows the number of realizations and y-axis the backscatter differential phase. So it is seen that for plates, aggregates, and a mixture of plates and aggregates, backscatter differential phase is not much varied, whereas for hail, it shows high variations. Next, we simulated KDP, and it was found that for plates, aggregates, and mixture of them, there is no much variation, whereas for hail, there is a large variation. And similar trend was observed for total differential phase also. There is a high variability for hail, while for other small hydrometeors, there is no much variability. So moving on to the conclusion, so this result showed that hail produces a higher reflectivity, mainly because of its larger size, and it was observed that in a mixture of plates and aggregates, the number of aggregates significantly affect the value of ZDR. And for backscatter differential phase, KDP, and total differential phase, they do not show much variation for small hydrometeors, whereas they show significant variation in the case of hail. So these polarimetric variables can be used to discriminate among small hydrometeors and hail, and it can be used for improved hydrometeor classification. So these are the key references. Thank you.
Yeah, that is well within your time.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Any questions? Yes.
You are referring about the ME model, the scattering process we are using it.
Yes.
Is an ideal model which is considered to be the precipitation of the systems or the size of the particle which is in mind? So normally when we talk about the cloud radar or cloud system observations, it's a uniformity is there, and the ME scattering is the region in which it is happens. Why don't you consider the other model which is more appropriate as far as the size of the particle is concerned? Moreover, I am seeing that when you are 40 dBz, 50 dBz or that point, where you don't have a perfectly, the ZDR is coming out, or for the ratio of the 5 dB is leading to KDP is generally making it.
Yeah.
Is it that there is any observations or your studies gives you more insight into that one?
So like,
is it that it's the right aspect of it, it is played there with the model?
yeah, like we have many models. I mean, GMM T-metrics method is also there for modeling. So when it is if you are taking only like a spherical or like a oblate shaped of particle, T matrix is fine. But for GMM, you can express more, complex particles also. So that's why I chose this method for doing this. So as of now,
I think you can just look more on that one as far as the wide variety of the particles which you are in the observations. So the model is fit for everything, right? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, Atira, very good presentation. Just want to know, these aggregates are large ice particles, and I was wondering why do you have still ZDR close to 0?
So it's like we have considered the random orientations. So it's like in a resolution volume, it's not like all, mostly the hydrometeors, while they'll be like a little bit oblate in shape. So this is like aggregates is like random orientations are there. So as a whole, if you are looking at that resolution volume, due to this random orientation and that size, we get ZDR close to 0. We are not observing as one particle. As a whole, we are observing it.
So then it becomes like there is no oblateness.
It's like their orientation is random and positions are also random. So it's like random distribution. So it will be like close to 0 as a whole if you are collecting this.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. In the real cloud, there is wind shear and turbulence.
Yeah.
And these particles have some preferential orientation along the direction of shear.
Yeah.
So therefore, complete randomness may not be ideal, but trying to have it some distribution. That is one. Other one question I have is that, in case of your hail, one is lot of fluctuations in your ZDR and also change in sign. Do you have any understanding of why it fluctuates from -5 to +5, that large range?
No, actually, like we need to look into it. We got it like very high variations.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we thank you. And time for tea break. I think we started 15 minutes late, and so we are behind by about 10 minutes, not too bad. And we come back after 15 minutes. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Before we start the remaining presentation, just I would like to know whether all the presenters are available. Sudeep Kundu, yes. Mohammad Miraj Khan, yes. Niti Singh, I think she is absent. Yashoda, yeah, she is also not there. Rohit Shukla. Okay, so essentially I think we will be having only 2 presentations.
Yeah, I think
this is a different session.
Yeah, it is a different session, but in the same hall, and at 12:10 we have to start. That is the 2 invited talks are there, lead talks.
Yeah, we have time, sir. 20
Yeah.
minutes.
So in 20 minutes we'll finish.
Yeah, so Sudeep Kundu. So he will present deployment of DWRs for precise weather forecast surveys in Northeast India. Kundu. Yeah. So your 8 minutes.
Hello everyone, good morning, and I am Dr. Sudeep Kumar Pundu. I am working as a research associate in India Meteorological Department. I am posted in RMC Guwahati. I first want to thank the organizing committee for providing us the opportunity to tell about the deployment of Doppler weather radars for the precise weather forecast services in Northeast India. Basically, this study is a review kind of study. What we did, we tried to understand what is the requirement, exact requirement of the deployment of the radars, and what exact challenges we are facing, and what are the proposed area, and where the radars are already installed, and what kind of benefits we will be getting from the installment of this radar once it will be operational. So I'm starting with the background and the motivation. As I told that already you know that Northeast Indian region is characterized by the complex orography region and orography oriented intense rainfall and frequent extreme weather events. So this is somehow different, very different from the other parts of India. Here you will get the various kind of physiographic division from mountain to plateau to valley in plain. So in this way, the conventional surface observatories as well as satellite observatories, they are not sufficient to capture the rapidly evolving localized system, which is thunderstorm, squalls, flash flood, and orographic rainfall, especially in the pre-monsoon and monsoon season. So there is a requirement for the high resolution real-time monitoring for the impact-based forecasting and the disaster mitigation. So therefore the objective of the study is the assessment of the role of this weather radars in the Northeast India with special emphasis on the Assam. And it also examines the strategic deployment, application in nowcasting and disaster management, operational challenges and future prospects for the integrated forecast systems. And now coming to the study area, if you see this map, the inset map, you can find there is Eastern Himalayan region, mostly in the Arunachal Pradesh. Then you will get the Meghalaya Plateau, Karbi Plateau in Assam, and you will get the 2 major river valleys, which is Brahmaputra valleys and the Barak valleys in South Assam. And every 7 states has their own characteristics in terms of physiographic, in terms of culture, etc. So this orographic feature especially creates a strong orographic effects, which is very much affect the spatial rainfall variability as well as the flood prone area and landslides, mudslides. This also happens in this region. So here I also want to show the proposed radar sites which is proposed by the IMD to be installed in the Northeast region. In case of Assam, you will find that the 6 to be installed. I will discuss this later in elaborately. In case of Arunachal Pradesh, there is 1 will be installed, and 2 will be installed. 1 is here somewhere near to Tawang, and 1 is here in the Namsai. and rest of the and 3 are existing is there. One is in Tripura, one is in Meghalaya, one is working in the Mohanbari, in this side. So rest in the Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland, Manipur, there is no DWR radar as of now. So IMD is proposing and going to install here, and some of the installation is under processing, and somewhere the location is already fixed, and the installment as well as testing is ongoing. That I will come. And now, what are the hydrometeorological vulnerabilities that is facing the Northeast Indian region? The major hazards includes heavy to very heavy rainfall, and sometimes it is very often extremely heavy in case of monsoon season, and flash floods, landslides, pre-monsoon thunderstorms, squalls, and lightning. And you may know that in this monsoon season, in one day, due to the excessive rainfall, more than 10 centimeter in case of Guwahati, it was flooded. The Guwahati was flooded. So this recurring event causes significant socio-economic losses, because what we are observed that this orography-oriented extreme weather event, this is very much related to the socio-economic losses in terms of livelihoods, in terms of agriculture. This is why the emphasis is required for the dense radar coverage and real-time weather surveillance, apart from the conservational observatories. So the proposed DWR networks in Assam. So as I told, IMD is proposed to installing the radars to maximize the coverage. So key Assam sites included Guwahati, Tezpur, Silchar. There is a Dhubri or Gosaigaon and Jorhat. And in case of Jorhat, I must say that it is already installed and testing is going on, and it will be operational soon. And few places like in the Western Assam, it is now on the process where to be installed, whether Dhubri or Gosaigaon. And Guwahati place is also fixed, and it is the construction is going on. And accordingly, this Tezpur, Silchar, this will also be taken care. And this is why a multi-band radar approach, this ensures both spatial resolution as well as wider coverage. So many speakers earlier also told about this regarding the benefits of the high spatial resolution and wide coverage of the radar. Then what is the radar mechanism of Doppler principle? That I will just slightly touch this, because most of us, we already knew that, and we already, most of the speakers already spoke on this. So DWR transmit electromagnetic pulses and receive backscatter signal from the hydrometer. So reflectivity indicates the rainfall intensity, while Doppler velocity reveals the storm motion, wind shear, and convergence. This enables a short-term forecast which is very much important for the Northeast Indian region, which is called nowcast, for the 1 to 3 hours duration. And radar bands and precipitation estimation. As you know that S-band radar provide long-range coverage with minimal attenuation. C-bands balance both range and resolution, while X-band radars offer high-resolution monitoring suitable for the complex terrain. This radar-based quantitative precipitation estimation support the flood forecasting, which is very much requirement for the Northeast region, because you know that Northeast region is very much flood-prone area, and the hydrometeorological application as well as the agrometeorological application also. So key application, as I told earlier, that it will be useful for the thunderstorm and lightning detection, flood and orographic rainfall monitoring, cyclonic disturbance surveillance, as well as aviation weather safety. So this is the image, that right hand side you can see this this is the DWR installed in Jorhat in Assam, and it is now in testing phase. Soon it will be operational. And this support the disaster management, agriculture, aviation sector. So there is also operational challenges, because most of what IMD is facing in the Northeast Indian region, there is a challenges to install, to choose the location, because there is a terrain-induced beam blockages as well as rain attenuation. This is the major challenges. Yes, sir. This is the, I am going to finish, sir. And this is why optimal radar seating, overlapping coverage, and integration with the NWP and hydrological models are essential, as Soma ma'am already spoke about this, for the forecast accuracy. And now I come into conclusion and acknowledgement. This, as I told, that DWR deployment is very much scientific necessity as well as socio-economic imperative. This X-band radar supported by C-bands and S-bands can transform the nowcasting, flood warning, and aviation safety. So I would like to thank the organization committee as well as competent authority of IMD for providing me the opportunity to present this work here. And I also thanks to various resource persons in the IMD observatories across the Northeast India who actually provided the qualitative data, which is very much essential for the presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudeep. Sudeep, it's good to know about the deployments and the challenges, but have you tried using any radar data, at least for some cases? Because I have not seen any analysis, or do you have any plan?
Yes, sir, planning is there, but now the data sets, in my knowledge, it is in the raw data set. So it is requirement of the...
but there are now many open source software that can read your raw data. So please try to explore the data, have a discussion with other colleagues.
Yes.
So because now you are going to get many new radars, that will have a good opportunity.
We are going to plan, sir. And everyone, if you have any kind of, what I can say, any question or anything requirement, any query, you can also visit to our office in RMC Guwahati, which is nearer to airport, and we'll be happy to host you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, any quick questions? No. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sudeep. Let's move to the next presentation by Mohammad Miraj Khan. So he will be talking on a novel numerical method for radar cross-section computation using lattice framework.
Mirror, right? I think mirror. Mirror. Apply. Done. Good morning. I'm Miraj, and I'm a PhD student at IIT Madras. Today I'm talking about a novel numerical method for electromagnetic scattering calculations. So scattering of electromagnetic wave is a quite common phenomena and can be seen almost everywhere in nature. For example, the blue color of the sky, the white color of the cloud, rainbow formation, sundog, and halo, they all are due to light scattering. It has huge application in climate studies, for example, to understand the radiation budget of Earth, to study the dust storm, as well as to study the rainfall rate estimation. All electromagnetic phenomena are governed by Maxwell equations, which is shown here. And for linear media, this is the relationship between D and E and B and H, where E and H are electric and magnetic fields, and epsilon and mu are permittivity and permeability of the medium. If an electromagnetic wave interacts, if an electromagnetic wave interact with the interface between two media, there needs to be, these fields need to satisfy these boundary conditions at the interface of the two different media. So we are using lattice Boltzmann method to solve Maxwell equations, which is a two-step process, collision and streaming. This method does not solve Maxwell equation directly, rather it solves something called particle population or distribution function, where Fi represents the distribution function and FIEQ represents the equilibrium distribution function. So by taking suitable equilibrium distribution function for electric and magnetic fields, this method recovers the Maxwell equations via Chapman-Hickock expansion. This shows typical computational grid where the fictitious particles are coming and colliding at the grid, and after collision their values are getting changed and they are moving to the neighboring grids. This completes one time step of the LBM. So there are various methods to solve Maxwell equations. For example, Me and T matrix are based on solving series expansion of basis functions, and discrete dipole approximation and method of moments are based on solving integral equations at grids. Finite element method and finite difference time domain method are based on solving partial differential equations at grids, whereas the lattice-Boltzmann method is based on solving particle populations at grids. Out of these methods, Me is only applicable for sphere and circular cylinder kind of scatterers, whereas T matrix is applicable only for the scatterers of, if it is having axis of symmetry, for example, a spheroid. And these methods are applicable for arbitrary shape. However, the challenge is there, these methods are not applicable a size parameter more than 20. So since we are working on a new numerical method, we need to benchmark it against the available solutions. So first we have taken the simplest case, that is reflection and refraction from a plane wall. So here we are comparing the reflected field as well as the transmitted field for a plane wall. So here we have fixed the relative permeability and vary the dielectric constant for both electric and magnetic fields. And next we fix the dielectric constant and vary the relative permeability. Here the markers represent the LBM solution and the solid line represents the analytical solutions. So next we have taken the 2D case. So the simplest case can be a circular cylinder of infinite length. So first we have taken the perfect conductor and we compare the LBM results with the analytical solutions for size to valence ratio from 1 by A by lambda is equal to 1 by 50 up to 50. So A by lambda is equal to 1 by 50 correspond to size parameter of 0.1, whereas A by lambda is equal to 50 correspond size parameter of around 314. So here we are comparing the scattering width, which is defined here for perfect conductor. Next we have taken the dielectric cylinder and same size parameter we have taken from A by lambda is equal to 1 by 50 up to 50. So we can see here that even for the dielectric cylinder where there is a lot of interference, here we can see a very good match between the two solutions, whereas here we don't see a very good match. The reason is here we have a lot of interference and we know that real scatterers will always be having some absorption. In this case we have not considered any absorption. So for real scatterers this will work well. And this is the a snapshot of the electric field around the scatterer for the perfect conductor and for the dielectric cylinder. Now we have fixed the size parameter, that is A by lambda is equal to 1, and we are varying the dielectric constant just to see how it behaves at different dielectric constants. So we have gone from A by lambda, epsilon r is equal to 5, 10 and 20, and we see that the two solutions are very good, in very good agreement, and this is the corresponding snapshot of the electric field. Since real scatterers are not circular, they will be having always some complex shapes. They might have a sharp edge. So we have taken a regular hexagonal dielectric cylinder and compare the two solutions. I'm comparing with the semi-analytical method that is called something discretized Me formalism. And we see that here the red the red one represents the LBM solution and the black one represents the DMF, the discretized Me formalism solution. And we see that they're good match. So this one is transverse magnetic polarization and the bottom one is the transverse electric polarization. And we see that the two solutions are in very good match. And this represents the halo which we have seen in slide 2. This is the corresponding snapshot of the electric field around the scatterer. Next, we have taken 3D. So for 3D, we have taken a plane wave interacting with a dielectric sphere. And this is the radar cross sections for different size parameters. So we have gone from A by lambda is equal to 1 by 50 up to 5, because for 3D, it needs it's very computationally extensive. So that's why we have not gone up a larger size parameter. So, but still, this represents a size parameter of around 31. And we see they are in good match. This is the corresponding snapshot of the electric field around the scatterer. Thank you. So this QR code will lead you to my GitHub page, where you can find the developed code as well as the published paper as well as preprints. Thank you. Professors Anubhav Rai and Sumesh Pithampi are my PhD advisors.
Yeah, thank you for finishing in time. Any questions from the audience?
No question.
Good. So thank you. I have one question.
Yeah, sure.
Earlier when you talks by Dr. Athira, so it considered irregular shapes, flakes, and that you considered very idealized configuration.
Because this is benchmarking of the method.
Yeah.
I mean, until we have some solutions, we cannot benchmark, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we have taken for circular cylinder, for which we have exact solution available. Then I have taken the regular hexagon, for which there is semi-analytical method. Until we benchmark the method, we don't have confidence in using this method for arbitrary shape. So this, I'm the first time using this method. So, this has come 3 papers, which is available here on this QR code.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I think there are 3 presentations are not there, but overall there were 5 presentations plus 2 lead talks in this session, and all were excellent. In fact, it gave an overall view of what the technology is going, in which direction, and the challenges faced by Dr. Anandan, he presented. Then Dr. Soma Sen Roy, she presented field actual challenges when you want to go for nowcasting, and what is being done and what is needed. That is the future direction again. And remaining talks were one is by regarding the VHF radar, which is at ARIS. It is another level, different from regular weather radar, but very useful in getting vertical profiles of wind as well as hydrometeor concentrations. Good to know that it is being maintained well and data is coming. And there are 2 talks which focused on scattering of radiation, quite different from the regular weather data we use. It goes to the very basics of how you get the signal from these hydrometeors, and others were applications. And we thank all the speakers for finishing that talk well in time, so that we hand over the mic to the next session. Right in time, right. Thank you, and big kudos to all the speakers.
We begin today's next session now on moving platforms, airborne and spaceborne radars. This session has 2 lead talks headlined by Dr. Takahashi and Professor Bhupendranath Goswami sir, and chaired by Dr. V.K. Anandan and Professor Ramanujan Kannan. May I now request our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats on the dais. Dr. Takahashi, Professor, Institute for Space Earth Environmental Research Center for Orbital and Suborbital Research, Nagoya University. So please come and take your seat on the dais. May I now invite Professor Bhupendranath Goswami, sir, Prime Minister Professor, Guwahati University. Sir, please. I would now like to invite Dr. V.K. Anandan, sir, once again, chairperson for this session. Sir. May I invite Professor Ramanujan Kannan, IIT Bhubaneswar, and Chair Technical Committee, iRAD 2026. I would now like to request Dr. Archana Deka to felicitate our guests. We would first like to felicitate Dr. Takahashi. Thank you very much. We'd also like to felicitate Professor Bhupendranath Goswami, sir, with a Fulam Gamusa. Next, we would like to felicitate Dr. V.K. Anandam, sir, with a Gamusa. Thank you. Now, we would like to felicitate Professor Ramanujan Kannan with a Fulam Gamusa and a memento. Thank you. We now move on to the first lead talk of the session titled Overview of Dual Frequency Precipitation Radar aboard the Global Precipitation Measurement Core Observatory, to be delivered by Dr. Nobuhiro Takahashi, who is a professor at the Center for Orbital and Suborbital Research, Institute for Space Earth Environmental Research, as well as the Graduate School of Environmental Studies at Nagoya University, and serves as the chief scientist for Japan's Global Precipitation Measurement Program. He earned his Bachelor of Science from Hokkaido University in 1988, following a Master of Science in 1990 and a Doctor of Science in 1994 from the same institution. Dr. Takahashi's research is centered on weather radar and satellite observations, focusing particularly on precipitation estimation using space-borne radar systems, sophistication and utilization of heavy rain and tornado forecast information through the development and application of multi-parameter phased array radar. Throughout his career, Dr. Takahashi has held key research and leadership roles at the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, Japan, and National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, Corporate Planning Department, Japan, from 2012 to 2013. He has led major research projects funded through Japan's grant-in-aid programs, including dual-frequency radar observations and large-scale collaborative studies in regions such as the Himalayas. His contributions extend to global satellite observation missions and phase array radar innovation. Dr. Takahashi is an active member of several prominent scientific societies, including the American Meteorological Society, IEEE, the Meteorological Society of Japan, and the Remote Sensing Society of Japan, reflecting his influence across both atmospheric science and engineering communities. His invited lectures at international conferences such as sorry. His invited lectures at international conferences such as iRAD, PMM, JPGU, and 37 Conference on Radar Meteorology underscore his global recognition in precipitation science and remote sensing. In addition to his research leadership, Dr. Takahashi has contributed to academic training through courses in radar meteorology, atmospheric and hydrospheric environmental science, water environmental studies, and earth science, fostering the next generation of atmospheric researchers. He continues to advance cutting-edge observational technology and large-scale collaborative research initiatives aimed at improving global understanding of precipitation systems and strengthening the future of space-based Earth observation. Thank you very much. Sir, I hand over the session to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice introduction, and it's my honor to be here, iRAD 2026, and thank you for inviting me this conference. So today I'd like to talk about global precipitation measurement mission. It is called GPM, and mainly about dual frequency precipitation radars. And my co-authors are listed in here, the member of the DPR Level 2 algorithm development. And so these are the contents of my presentation. So I'd like to start with the overview of the GPM mission and GPM DPR. And also I'd like to explain about the algorithms of the GPM DPR and also the products. And then next, I'd like to show some history of precipitation record from TRIM and GPM data. And finally, I'd like to mention about the future mission on the precipitation measuring mission PMM. And if you are interested in the GPM mission and its algorithms, please visit JAXA's site listed here. So let me start with a kind of timeline of the spaceborne cloud and precipitation radar missions. So the TRIM PR, tropical rainfall measuring mission, is the first world first precipitation radar mission. It was launched in 1997. And it is followed by the GPM DPR. This is the main topic of today. And now we are start developing the precipitation measuring mission, Ku-band Doppler radar. And also, we developed W-band cloud profiling radar on board the Earth satellite. It was launched 2024. So, before moving on the GPM mission, I'd like to show just two examples of the Earth-scale CPR observation. This is one case observed near the Greenland. You can see the coastline of the Greenland here, and this is a IR image from the Earth-scale satellite, and you can see the cloud streaks like this. And generally, this is a radar reflective factor. So we have 3 peaks of the radar echo that correspond to the cloud streaks. And now we have Doppler velocity information. This is the first one. And we can see that actually red color is a updraft, upward motion, and blue color shows the downward motion. So there are several couples of the upward and downward motion. That's a kind of wave structure. So actually, ASCII CPR clearly revealed the structure of the such kind of wave-like structure. Actually, in this case, it is generated by the orography. So this is a kind of mountain wave. So you can see, easy to find that kind of event from the ASCII data. And also, the other one is actually yesterday when I come to here, actually my flight was delayed because of the fog. So we are looking at the case of over India, and we found that it's really shallow and weak echo from cloud profiling radar are down to around minus 30 dBz. Actually, red color indicates ground craters, and we can see the Doppler velocity field. Maybe the relatively strong echo region corresponds to the weak updraft region, but LiDAR observation is also available for the ASCII. We can see the not so clear, but very weak, but not so much clear return signal from the LiDAR observation. So I suppose this is from the fog clouds, but if you have any idea to explain this event, please let me know. So I'd like to move on, come back to the main topic on the GPM mission. So it is a kind of synergetic radar radiometer observation for frequent global precision by NASA and JAXA with international partners. So this is a conceptual image of the GPM missions. So we have core observatory that equips dual DPR radars, and there are so many radiometer satellite constellations with the international partners. And the aim of this mission is better global precision estimation, and also the microphysical characteristics of precision, including warm rain, and also global distribution of severe precision events. And also data from GPM mission is applied for the numerical weather forecasting by the assimilation, and also development of global precision map, like a GISMAP. I think Professor Ushio will explain about the GISMAP project, maybe tomorrow morning. And also this global precision map data is applied for the cloud forecasting. And this is a observatory, and it flied 407 kilometers before November 2023, and after that, satellite altitude changed to 443 kilometers. And I'll explain later about why we changed the satellite altitude. And inclination is 65 degrees, and the sensors are DPR and GMI. This is a microwave radiometer, ranges from 10 to 183 gigahertz. And the DPR do the cross-track scanning, and swath width is about 240 kilometers. And also K-band radar, this is, we have two radars here, and K-band radar will also have a 240 kilometer swath width after 2018. And this is a picture of the DPR. So here is a KU band radar, we call KUPR, and this one is KAPR. So size, because we have same beam width, so the size of the aperture is different. And dimension of this, KUPR is maybe you can, compare with this person, but about 2 meter by 2 meter. And so this is a schematic image of the KAPR antenna. It consists of 128 waveguide antennas. And I'd like to show detail about radar systems. This is a block diagram of the KUPR, and it has 128 slot waveguide antennas. So, and each of them, it has SSPA and LNA, and also phase system. Actually, this is a very important stuff to switching the beam direction. And also we have, there is a divider and combiner. So divider is used for the transmitter, and the combiner is the whole reception. And also there is a frequency converter to get the IF signals, and also signal processor located here. And these are the redundant system. This is a flow chart of the GPM DPR's level 2 algorithms. So it consists of 7 modules from here to down to the solver module to retrieve to get the PlayStation profile. And these are the name of the algorithm developers. And Professor Chandra is located here, working for the classification module. And from the current version, it is called version 7, trigger module. It includes a multiple scattering index and non-uniform B-filling index, officially released as a standard product. And these are the list of the major products from GPM DPR level 2 in version 3 or version 7. And actually the PlayStation profile, dual frequency, and also the single frequency PlayStation profiles are available, and also surface PlayStation rate, and convective stratiform classification information is included, and also the path integrated attenuation. This is a total rain attenuation information. And also we have large solid PlayStation flags. There are several kinds of flags. One is a flag hail and flag grapple hail, developed by the Professor Chandra's group, and flag heavy ice PlayStation information, and also multiple scattering index. Actually, this information is a kind of proxy of the hail existence. So, and this is an example of the GPM observation, case of July 10, 2024 over Japan Island here. So actually, Swas Widis is about 245 kilometers, so that there is rain band appeared here. And yeah, we can start the movies. So actually, this information is available from the JAXA 3D Rainfall Watch. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, please visit this website. And actually, JAXA is automatically collecting the heavy rainfall event cases, so that maybe you can find, the heavy rainfall event over India too. And so this is just information about the global estimation of the GPM DPR observation. So just I'd like to show a kind of climatological information of the from the GPM observation. So this is a global precipitation, mean monthly precipitation, or the total precipitation amount, and contribution from the stratiform precipitation, and also convective precipitation. So the monthly mean shows a quite similar precipitation pattern between the convective and stratiform, but the stratiform precipitation shows a heavy rainfall amount over the mid-latitude regions. And right-hand side panel shows the mean conditional precipitation rate. This is a kind of proxy of the precipitation intensity of each precipitation event. So actually, the characteristic is quite different from the mean monthly precipitation. So actually, in the in the mean conditional precipitation of the convective rainfall shows a clear contrast between the ocean and land. Land has heavier precipitation, maybe I should say the precipitation intensity. Yeah, and looking at mean conditional precipitation rate over stratiform region, actually there is not so big contrast between the land and the ocean. So there's a big difference between the total precipitation and conditional rainfall. And this is also we have mean drop size distribution statistics or climatology. Left-hand side panel shows the mass-weighted mean diameter (dm) for the convective stratiform and the total, and right-hand side is a normalized intercept parameter (NW), actually taking logarithms. And actually, looking at these charts, only the convective shows a clear contrast between the ocean and land. So the dm of convective over land is large and smaller number concentration, and on the other hand, over ocean, dm is smaller but so much larger. NW is appeared, and for the stratiform precipitation, actually, I can see any big contrast between the land and the ocean. And also, we can estimate the mean storm top height. Actually, this is a case of the combination of TRIM and GPM products, so the over 20 years of data. So in this case, we set the 20 dBz is a threshold of the top height. So you can see the topography or global map on this chart, but this is not the global map itself. This is a storm top height climatology. So the over land, there's so high storms existed, and especially over the Himalaya region and also the Andes region like this. And also, this is an example of the large solid precipitation distribution. These are the convective case, and one is JJA 2019, and the other one is a DJF 2019. So I just plot the MS index, multiple scattering index, and flag graupel hail, and flag heavy ice precipitation. So comparing these three products, actually general pattern is quite similar among these, but flag heavy ice precipitation shows so many occurrences over the Southern Ocean. And MS index is a little bit smaller occurrence. Maybe this is because MS index multiple scattering occurs when the really heavy hail existed. Multiple scattering can occur, so maybe that occurrence is a little bit smaller. And for the flag heavy ice case, there are so many occurrences over the ocean, southern hemisphere. Maybe this index detects not only the graupel and hail, but also the large snowflakes. So that maybe this is caused by the large snowflakes. So maybe you can use these parameters for your purposes. And I'd like to mention a little bit about orbit boost in November 2023. And the purpose of this orbit boost is to extend the mission lifetime to overlap next radar mission. So the altitude will change to about 40 kilometers. And actually, we have negative impact, or the footprint size change from 5 kilometers to 5.6 kilometers. And the sensitivity degraded about 0.7 dB. But we actually did some evaluation efforts for the global precipitation amount, and also we confirmed the continuity of the normal surface scattering cross-section over ocean. And I'd like to show the result of the global precipitation count amount. And before that, doing that, this is just a schematic image how the satellite altitude changed and how the precision sensitivity changed. Maybe the whole KU band case, it was degraded about 0.03 millimeter per hour. And so that if we look at the total precision amount from the 35 south to the 35 north over ocean, and maybe you can focus on red, any line, but the red one, looking at the red line, this is a time of the orbit boost, and you can clearly see, easy to find that precision amount decreased from the previous time, and not so because of the El Nino or La Nina event. And estimated precision is decreased about 6% after the boost. It is mainly caused by the weak rainfall. And right now, we are planning to release a new version of the Level 2 algorithm product in March this year. So there is a major improvement point, and I'd like to emphasize 2 points. One is we finally introduced a hydrometeor type profile developed by the Professor Chandra's group, and also we improved surface precision estimation by introducing a new database. And this is actually we have main lobe crater region near the surface, so we cannot estimate the we cannot measure the directly from the satellite. So we are assuming the constant ZE profile, current version, but based on the Hirose-san's work, they developed a near surface rain profile database, and using his database, we assumed his precision profile. Actually, he made a huge database for the various locations. So we introduced his database to estimate the surface rainfall. So, and the result appeared about maybe increase of the surface rain rate about 7% for the dual frequency algorithm. But for the single frequency algorithm, we don't have much change or even smaller amount, decreasing. And this is a new hydrometeorology identification algorithms developed by the Professor Chandra's group, and finally they assigned each range beam to have dry snow or ice and wet snow, graupel, hail, and rain. So, and also they have one more crater. So, and they compared with ASCII hydrometeor type information. This is a case of just a case of the 2025, and this is the observation of DPR, and this is a vertical cross-section of the K-band radar. And this one is actually ASCII observation, and actually maybe you cannot read the small characters, but this is a hydrometeor type, and here they say the melting snow, limed snow appeared, but they're using the W-band radar so that it is not sensitive to the hail or graupel because of the size of precipitation particles. So, and in the Chandra, Professor Chandra's group, algorithms say that there is a hail and graupel above it, and here pink region is the dry snow, and the light blue region is the wet snow, and here we have rain. That kind of classification is available, right? No, from the new version of the DPR algorithm product. And I'd like to talk about, actually we have more than 25 years of data since the TRIM satellite. So maybe we can utilize these data for the one approach is a trend analysis, so that climatological change is happening or not. So I'd like to show the example of the surface precipitation trend and also storm top height trend and also epsilon value. Actually, this is a proxy of drop size distribution. Definition of epsilon is a kind of, it's an adjustment factor for the KZ relationship. So, and actually this one, if the, epsilon is larger, so drop size distribution is actually smaller size. And if we become smaller value, so the it is dominated by the larger drop size. So this is a proxy of drop size. And so this is a precipitation amount trend. And this is a trend from the TRIM and the GPM K-band radar trend. And these three, the mainly radiometer and geostationary satellite IR information, IMARCH and GSMAP. And actually, GSMAP is JAXA product, and IMARCH is a NASA product. And also, we show the trend of the GPCP. This is mainly utilizing the IR information. And looking at the Pacific Ocean, the trending result is quite similar each other, but IMARCH shows a little bit, larger, larger change, especially, especially over Pacific Ocean and maritime continent. So, and maybe that kind of radar data can be utilized to evaluate that kind of global precipitation map data. And this one is a storm top height trend analysis result. So we changed the threshold about is 20 dBz and 25 dBz and 30 dBz. So even 20 dBz, it's a kind of actual storm top height. It is generally decreasing trend in 20 years, but except for the maritime continent, it is an increasing trend. And if we change, increase the threshold, actually that increasing trend over maritime continent and over Amazon is mainly, and also the ITCZ is clearly appeared. So that means recently the convective activity is increased over these regions. So this is this is a trend analysis result of the epsilon values, and actually we set the range of the radar reflective factors, weaker rain rate, weaker Z, and higher Z. So looking at higher Z case, actually epsilon is decreasing trend. So that means maybe the drop size become a little bit larger in 20 years. But actually, I haven't checked the consistency between the epsilon, storm top height, and rainfall amount. So maybe we have to do in the next step to see the consistency among these products. And yeah, I'll skip this. So finally, I'd like to talk about future mission. It is called Precipitation Measuring Mission, PMM. And our purpose or aim of this mission is slightly changed from the GPM and more like a process study and evolution process of the precipitation systems and cloud precipitation interaction, and also improvement of global precipitation map, improvement of GSMAP. And right now, we are joining to the NASA's AOS, Atmosphere Observing System program, and we provide PMS satellite developed by JAXA, and actually launch time frame is around 2030, and we are developing the Ku-band Doppler precipitation radar. This is the first Doppler radar from space for the precipitation observation purpose. And actually, Doppler radar is only nadir direction, and by using the two antennas to get a more accurate Doppler velocity estimation. And also, it has the scanning capability like a TRIM and GPM KPR. And I'd like to just show the AOS atmosphere observing system of NASA. So it is an international partnership, US, Japan, Canada, France, and Italy. And there we have two orbit systems. One is inclined system, and it is called AOS storm, and the inclination angle is 55 degrees. And actually PMA mission is on the AOS storm. And we have Doppler precision radar and radiometer observations. And for the polar orbit, we actually mainly NASA developing AOS sky and AOS cloud. Actually, AOS cloud is not listed here, but including AOS cloud, including a cloud radar like a W band or a K band Doppler radar and backscattering radar. So it's more like NASA's 8-lane mission. And yeah, I don't know actually right now the budget situation is NASA is quite unstable, so the launch time frame is not clear right now. And so let me summarize my presentation. So GPM Core Observatory is now operating 443 km altitude since November 2023, and will be operation early 2030s to overlap the PMM. And DPR version 8 will be released March this year, and the improvement of the surface precipitation estimation and high meteor type profile. This is a new product. And now we have more than 25 years of data available from GPM, so you have do some climatological analysis using these radar data. And new precipitation measurement mission is under development and will be launched Japanese fiscal year 2029, probably 2030s. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. So I remember this GPM and TRMM were that Indian contribution from the validation point of view. But now I can say that we are using this data for validating our DWRs in the ground truth. That's one of the things. Can you go to 13 and 15 slide? I have a question. 13th slide, 1-3. Slides number 1-3.
1-3. Oh, sorry.
1-3.
1-3, 13. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, this you have shown that convective and stratiform. Why is that kind of mapping is not there in the old? Some correction is applied when we are integrating both observations together. Say the plot top convective, stratiform, and bottom is together.
Total,
I think all
right.
together.
Yeah.
Why that mapping is not one-to-one is not coming? Some correction is applied in the final stage. Color schemes, because these color schemes are on the slide bar is same. Yeah. Is it true representation in the end all? In the precipitation you are showing rain millimeter per hour.
Actually, yeah, this is a millimeter per hour. So yeah. Because of the this is a mean conditional precision rate. That means average precipitation amount divided by the rainfall count times of the rainfall events. So I just say write a millimeter per hour. So this is just say maximum 7 to 10 millimeter per hour case, and for the unconditional case, I just translate it to a millimeter per month. This is more like a climatological information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, point 1.5, that observation time, slide number 1.5,
yeah.
15. 1.5, yeah.
Yeah.
This is, longitude. What is the time span is taken for these observations? So you are presenting storm top height.
What?
Storm top height is presented.
Yes.
So what is the observation time to get this complete mapping?
Actually, this is a statistics. So we accumulated more than 21 years of data. So actually, TRIM and GPM is an orbital satellite, so only the swath width is 240 kilometers, so we cannot complete global observation maybe in 45 days to complete global observation. So we have to do that, so many accumulation to do, get that kind of map actually. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions from audience? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. So you mentioned in your slide number 27 that the storm top height is especially rising above the Australian region. And you mentioned that the convection in this part is unusually high. So could you please tell me the hypothesis behind what could be the possible reasons for this high convection in this region?
Actually, I haven't think about that reason why convective activity is increased over this region. But yeah, right now I just get the trend analysis result. So I don't know why, but this maritime continent region is an increasing trend. So later on, yeah, I'm going to analyze. And maybe we can compare with series. This is a radiation budget information. So maybe by comparing that kind of radiation budget information, maybe we can get some reason why it changes.
Yes, so possibly it's a region of ITCZ, and in addition to it, we have very high fire activity in this region. So somewhere as well radiation cloud interaction might be playing a role. Yeah.
And maybe I have to think about also the El Nino La Nina events.
Yes.
So sometimes La Nina event gives
yeah, but this is 21-year composite.
Yeah, so even though this is a 20 years of data, but so around 2022, there is a big, at that time it was a El Nino event, so maybe that, yeah.
One question that just came to my mind. Is this trend significant? Like the significance level of this trend? The significance level of this trend, is it significant enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I should say that colored region is a statistically significant region.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, last question. Stop.
So thank you for the presentation. Actually, as you mentioned about TRMM and GPM dataset, so I just have a query. Is there any connection with the IMAG rainfall data? Because I used this TRMM datasets, because now I think it is not operational. So is there any connectivity with the IMAG rainfall datasets with GPM and TRMM, sir?
You mean about IMAG?
Yes, IMAG.
So I don't have a slide today, but yeah, I'm comparing with maybe I'm comparing the three products of the IMAG and GSMAP and GPCP, and comparing with radar observation. So right now, actually, comparing the radar, for example, global PlayStation mount, IMAG is a little bit better estimation than other products from my analysis, but trend analysis shows a little bit, larger trendings appeared comparing with the radar observation. So this is my conclusion right now. So, and yeah, so I should say that I imagine is not so bad, but this map is also good performance.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next speaker.
Our next lead talk will be delivered by Professor Bhubendranath Goswami sir, titled Sub-Seasonal Modulation and Predictability of Indian Summer Monsoon Hourly Rainfall Extreme. Sir needs no introduction. Sir has been with us since day one, and we all know that he is one of India's most distinguished meteorologists and currently Prime Minister Professor at Guwahati University. Sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So my talk is not connected really with any technology, but it is, like Professor Takahashi mentioned, it is application of high-resolution observation by spaceboard measurements and how that can give us insight into the scale interactions between convective organization. And so we have been looking at for some time on the extreme events and their trends in our Indian regions, and it is increasing, we know. But the predictability of these events have been always a big challenge, because most of the extreme events are very small scale, very short-lived, and most of the dynamical models are unable to do that. There is a reason for that, predict that. And we have listened a little bit in the morning session about that. But so is there any predictability of them? At some way or the other, this is a question, because that is very important, because we have been looking at that for a while, and this happens to be, so one possible basis could be that there is different of scale interactions in this system. The time scale of these are very short, 3 to 6 hours, let us say, or maybe up to 1 day. But there are organization of scales in our monsoon systems. On systems have time scales of these extreme events have time scales of the order of a few hours to maybe a day. They get into organized mesoscale convection to about 100 kilometer scale, and time scale of a day to few hours to a day. Then there are these low pressure systems. Next scale of organization is the synoptic scales. The synoptic scales, they get organized into the synoptic scales of 1,000 kilometer to 2,000 kilometer, and they have a 2 to 7 days time scale. And then we have also, all these low pressure systems are embedded into these monsoon intraseasonal oscillations. And monsoon intraseasonal oscillations these are the monsoon intraseasonal oscillations. They have 10,000 kilometer scale, 30 to 60 days. So these time scale and the spatial scales are different, but they are interconnected. Is it possible that the connection or the modulation by these produces certain clustering which might give us memory for these? This is the question that we have been looking at for some time. So let me, So basically, I already mentioned that the most intense events are very difficult to predict, and they may remain so unless because the fundamental problem is that even in the dynamical prediction model, the errors in the small scale are inevitable. It is very difficult to, even if you have a lot of observations, there will be always some errors in the small scale. And the small scale errors grow very fast, and they become saturated. Then that error gets cascaded into the larger scales, and the larger scales also get affected. So that may be always difficult. The small scale may be always difficult, remain difficult to predict. But suppose they get organized into some clusters. And then if they get organized into some clusters, and then their sizes will be increased, and also that clustering mechanism might provide us a basis for follow that mechanism and then predict them at a longer lead, maybe more than 1 day in advance. So I think that is what we are looking for. And so, in fact, several so let me give you just this is something research that is going on, ongoing research, but not yet published. So I'd like to share some results and then get some feedback. It turns out that we have few years ago, we did a study in the Northeast region looking at extreme events, and found that in the first talk, I actually mentioned, let me show you before even, so we did a study in the Northeast, and this study had shown that using about 24 stations data in this region, and we did what possibly causes this, and what is the kind of structures or the organization of the convection that leads to these. And it turns out that they lead to if I take any of those stations and look at a composite of 3-hourly OLR, and we found that they actually are mesoscale convective. These are of the about 200 kilometer scale. So from 24 hours before to 24 hours after, if I do a lead-lag composite, it essentially starts as weaker convective clusters and then of about 200 kilometers. So these are mesoscale clusters, MCCs. So these MCCs are associated with their own circulation, and it turns out that those clusters seem to propagate southward. And so we did a sort of lead-lag composite across 2-degree longitude, and we find they are actually propagating southward, every station almost, except at Shillong, where it is at a height. Okay, so the hypothesis was that the wind that is associated with this produces inertial gravity wave, and that inertial gravity wave, whenever inertial gravity wave is abrupt coming along with the mesoscale system, that is where the extreme events take place. So there is certain amount of organization, and we found out, which I am not showing here, that this all happens when the monsoon is in the active phase. Most of the time it is in the active phase. In the break phase, very rarely this happens. So let me go back. So with that in mind, so we did actually, we found out that recently we did some more studies, and these studies have now have given us better idea, with better data and better idea of how this organization takes place. So, so to understand that, of course, you need to understand that monsoon is part of this large-scale monsoon system where this ITCZ northward propagation is a convectively coupled system, where the ITCZ movement brings in monsoon rainfall in the summer, and that essentially produces a background. So everything is happening in the background of this ITCZ. And the monsoon intra-seasonal oscillations are nothing but fluctuations of this ITCZ and their northward propagation within the season. So another thing that we must also, the extreme events depend on the distribution of the rainfall itself. So we must remember the background of distribution of the rainfall, which is we have more heavy rain here and a drier condition there, and in winter we have maybe heavy rain here. So in the Tamil Nadu region, in the south, there could be extreme events, and normally they do have extreme events over there. And so higher the rainfall, the extreme events are more intense there. So this is also something that we must remember. And that is why in the Northeast we have a much more serious problem. Or not only the extreme events are increasing, doubled over the last 100 years, but their intensities have increased by about 10%, about 20%. And so they have become much more frequent and more intense. So that is producing much more damage. So we showed, so this is, I'm just going to quickly go through. Several years ago, we showed that the extreme events are increasing in this region, and they're both intensity and the frequency as well as intensity. The intensity is here, but the low and moderate events are decreasing, and that was about 50 years or 60 years of data. But when we had a much better data a few years later, we actually calculated what was the climate sensitivity of this, how per 1 degree increase, how much the intensity is increasing, and we estimated all that, quantified. So just to give you for a reference point, see in India actually the extreme events are in central India. This is for central India. Northeast also more or less similar thing. So from about 10 in the early days to, and most of the increase have taken place from about 1960s onwards. So about 20, this is the scale on that side. It has increased to about 20, it's more than doubled. So, and this is the study that I mentioned already, and this was the kind of our basis. But for a long time, I did not have enough good data to see and quantify it better. So recently, we had, I have been collaborating with some scientists in the IIT Madras, and there is a group who is looking into using complex climate networks to understand teleconnections and clustering of these various different phenomena. So in doing so, we actually wanted to study this student. This is actually a graduate student who is doing some very interesting study, Balakrishnan. He looked at, he used the daily precipitation data from, he used iRAD data, daily data, and using something called event synchronization. He looked at how different extreme event occurs at different locations and how they are synchronized and so on. Then he used something called functional climate network construction, which allows where there are more density of occurrence of this, and where there is there is divergence of this network, and where there is convergence of this network, and from that we can see something where they are originating and where they are leading to. And this kind of things has first. He saw that daily events are all over the place. Actually, they happened. He looked at actually 95th percentile. This I don't think is the very best thing to do, because most intense events are like 99.5 percentile, 99.9 percentile, and so on. But it gives you an idea, and most of them distribution will be very similar, but numbers will just change. So it's mostly over the ITCZ. These extreme and the monsoon regions of the world, that is where most of the extreme events take place, both in winter and in summer. In summer, the ITCZ moves northward, so we have our extreme events over here, but over the ITCZ, every year it happens. But then he tried to look at the teleconnection. How many of them occur simultaneous at what distance and how far they are connected. So by using this network, he could see that they are also connected mostly over the ITCZ. In winter, suppose he started working on the Tamil Nadu, because there's some interest in the Tamil Nadu region. So started the work with Tamil Nadu. Then I saw that there is this connection. Teleconnection is also along the ITCZ. Okay, and this further away, the connectivity becomes weaker. Sort of the frequency becomes weaker. Frequency of simultaneous occurrence becomes weaker as we go distance. And same thing happens in summer. So then I asked them to look at, okay, what is the commonality between these and in the summer? So there is actually same thing happens in summer, in just the position of the ITCZ. So there is some commonality in this. So why this is happening? This is happening because ITCZ is providing a large-scale environment. The large-scale environment is the convergence, that low-level convergence that the ITCZ provides an updraft, and that is where the convective elements can grow. And since ITCZ, this is common throughout this ITCZ, and that provides a connectivity, because this is a large-scale environment is same. And so that is why it provides the connectivity. So the ITCZ provides the large-scale connectivity. It can also the monsoon intraseasonal oscillations or the MJO also can provide the same connectivity, because they have 10,000 kilometer scale, and in one phase they have certain kind of vorticity, in another phase they have opposite kind of vorticity, and therefore they provide a different increase or decrease in the large scale boundary forcing, and that changes the connectivity accordingly. So that will also modulate. So Then he looked at, okay, so he took the same thing, and then she tried to connect how they are connected locally and how they move, because from some movement, I did not so many of the figures, I found that many of these extreme events seem to be connected from equatorial region and then move eastward and northward and then come into Tamil Nadu. And then so he looked at this divergence of connectivity, and from that said that these events that happen here actually go to places like starting from here. This is the region where it originates, and these are kind of receivers. And then these places becomes again originator, and they become receiver there, and they become again goes to the north and becomes originator, and then becomes receiver, and so on. And finally, they land in this target region. So something is moving them around in this way. And that is, so we did not know first. Then we did some sort of a sort of lead-lag composite, and we find that it has a time scale of about 7 days, and this is associated with weather phenomena. So essentially, initially, in the winter season, it is the MJO that tends to move to the east, and then at the northern flank of the MJO, a weather disturbance forms, a low pressure system forms, and low pressure system then starts propagating westward. So that is how the convection comes, and within the convective region there will be an extreme event. So extreme events form within the low pressure system, and as the low pressure system guides them, and when the low pressure system lands in Tamil Nadu, you have a cluster of extreme events. And that is how we understood that, okay, so the large scale actually provides a background, but on the inside the large scale, there are the synaptic systems. They guide locally to where it should go. So the same thing happens. We repeated it over the central India, and same thing happens over central India. Very similar things happens over central India. So this is a very generality. There is a general understanding that, okay, there is this 3-scale interaction is actually guiding this, and there are clustering taking place due to this. But in this study, we are doing daily, and I'm not giving all the results, but so we got that idea, but actually clustering we did not. So we should do teleconnection, how they originate and how they are linked with the low pressure systems. But we are also more interested in the hourly extremes, because hourly extremes were the most intense, and are they also, because hourly extremes are the most difficult. Daily extremes are more, already we know that daily extremes are like mesoscale systems, and they may be a little bit more predictable anyway. So the hourly extremes are the worst, and there is no study so far at all. There is very little, because there is no data. Good data to study. So how do we study hourly extreme? And so we started looking at IRAD data. And so this work is done by Bizit. Bizit is here. He is a graduate student here. He has done something quite interesting. So I'll just go through that quickly. And so first we started looking at what data can we use. So we looked at ERA 5 data. ERA 5 have hourly analysis. But when we look at hourly data, so first we looked at what is and we actually, by doing some real trial and error, we found that the hourly intensities are very poor. So we did a frequency distribution of hourly intensities of ERA 5 data, and all the reanalysis products, like there is IMD reanalysis is there. There is also a ISRO ZMA analysis, IMD. This is IMDA, ISRO GMA is also here, and there is these 2 satellite products, IMARS and ZMORPH. And this one is the actual rain gauge, hourly rain gauge data. Hourly rain gauge data is very limited. there are only 50, 40 stations, and they are very limited. You cannot do trend studies or anything because there are a lot of gaps. But you can do the statistics. So we actually looked at only the statistics. So we looked at the frequency distribution. So the frequency distribution of this shows that hourly rainfall goes up to 100, 120, 110 millimeter per hour. Those are the, we know that there are these cloudburst type of events, 10 centimeter per hour rainfall. And there are many such events. It's not so. But ERA shows only up to about 25, 30 millimeter per hour, hourly events. And then I am not showing here. It turns out, but then when we found out that daily mean are not so bad. ERA daily mean is quite similar to daily accumulated rainfall of rain gauges, pretty close. But their extreme events are not there. So how do they get the daily rain correctly? So that means we found out that they have very bad systems that produce. They produce very mild systems which persist for very long. These observationally, the extreme events, these convective systems last for 6 hours to 10 hours, maybe sometimes even 20 hours, but some of the events, or cluster of the events, but these events start for several days, 48 hours, 3 days, some of these events. So that is how they get a very long, sort of continuously very medium range. So the convective systems they produce are actually fundamentally wrong. So we have a problem with that. So we cannot study extreme events with presently available any reanalysis. Because most of the reanalysis uses a hydrostatic model, forecast model. They cannot produce extreme events because this is restrained. So unless we have a non-hydrostatic model which uses a long reanalysis, we cannot have use reanalysis that are studying the extreme events. So that is something that we learn. So we have definitely, but these rain precipitation products are extremely good. They are, the satellite products. They are very close to, we have done this relationship only at the station points. So we decided that, okay, let us look at this IMARS data and look at this IMARS and CMOR, both the data we have looked at. Maybe we should look at the other one also. But I think these are very the clustering and other things. So we wanted to see how these are clustered. The extreme events are clustered under different environments. So to do that, so we have now to do that. Actually, we have to have a tracking mechanism of the intraseasonal oscillations, which already we have. One of my students had developed a real-time monitoring and tracking of the intraseasonal oscillations. Just like MGO, we have a similar thing going on. And then there is, of course, already operationally there LPS tracking is already there, so we are using one of those LPS tracking. But we did not have any tracking for the extreme event. So BISIT has actually developed a new extreme event tracking mechanism. So I'll come to that in a minute. But before that, we wanted to see what is the kind of temperature dependence and clustering with respect to temperature and the phases of the intraseasonal oscillations, and also maybe the humidity content in the atmosphere. So for that, first we wanted to see the temperature sensitivity. So we did a temperature sensitivity study, and this shows all India. And so as a function of temperature, this is a temperature scale. The function of temperature, there is a regime of temperature where it doesn't increase, the intensity doesn't increase very much, but suddenly from about, there is a range where the temperature, this intensity increases rapidly, and then there decreases beyond a point. And actually very high temperature, there is no extreme event. So that is interesting, because at very high temperature, actually, high temperatures happen in a clear sky condition and high surface temperature. And that means the clear sky conditions are under downdraft, large scale subsidence. So that is under the basically high pressure systems. Actually, this dynamically, this region is where the monsoon active conditions are going on, and this is where the monsoon intraseasonal break conditions are going on. And that is where, that is the kind of, and these are, and this part of sensitivity comes from basically, and this is, this is northeast. So only in northeast you see that there are temperatures basically from at the lower range, and that comes down in the hilly regions in Shillong and Arunachal Pradesh and all that. So, and that is where it is the sensitivity is low, because that is also not a convectively the large scale. This is in the winter. It is, we don't have a very large scale systems here, and so in the monsoon active condition, the large scale enhanced dynamics enhances the sensitivity, enhances the intensity because of the large scale updraft. So that is, and the northwest and in central India are somewhat similar. We did some of this other sensitivity also, but that is not so. And there are certain uncertainty because of the length of the data, and so I will not dwell too much on that. But when we plot this kind of bimodal or bivariate frequency distribution, you see that this is the phase of monsoon intraseasonal oscillations, and there is a one is temperature, and this is total water content in one side. So in only active phases of these, there is clustering of these. So this is a quite considerable clustering. So the numbers are also given here, and if we do the clustering of water vapor and monsoon intraseasonal oscillation, there is also clustering. And then if we do a trivariate clustering, you can see that all of three sort of tends to, in a certain range of this only, most of the events take place. And that is an important conclusion, because we can use that to make some prediction models. So how do we actually do that? This is over northeast, and it's very similar. So he has tracked this. He has used this sort of somewhat similar, but it becomes very, because it is small scale, it becomes a little more complex. So therefore, they will use some network methods, etc., to do that. I cannot go into great details of this at this point. But by doing this tracking, now we can actually see that this happens in these low pressure. So this is the kind of low pressure tracking, and somewhere there is, when the extreme events have happened, they are also marked. So we can actually follow. This is a kind of time sequence. We can follow as the low pressure travels, where and when. It is mostly, many of them are actually occurring closer to the center, but not exactly at the center. And then, but then sometimes there are also within the low pressure system. There is also not very near to the center, but there is diversity. So we have to actually understand how that depends. So you can actually follow these extreme events, but here the time difference is 6 hours. This is not very good, but when you do it hourly, it will be much better to see. Actually, we can, just like low pressure systems, we can track the extreme events as well. So when you do a composite of these and the different phases of the active monsoon systems in a spatial domain, so we have seen the clustering in a sort of global sense, but when you do clustering in terms of, so this is the active condition. You can see the active conditions, that is where most of them are located. And when in the break conditions, there are very few of them. So but when this is break condition, there is active condition has gone towards the Himalayan region, and that is where you can get a lot of clusters. So these are some information that we can actually use in developing. So we looked at this in a little more detail in terms of. So this is the tracking. This is tracking of okay. So this is tracking of the low pressure systems, and when we do this, we actually collect the composite of all the about 450 low pressure systems and take all the events and find out where they put them together into this sort of, like you do composite in tropical cyclones, you bring them back to the same center, and with respect to the low pressure system, we see that in the southwest sector, that is where the maximum of the extreme events take place. So this is also an information that will be useful, and that is related to how the rainfall takes place in the low pressure systems. And if we break them under active and break, active conditions, just like in low pressure system, maybe 4 or 5 times more of this thing happen compared to this is the break conditions. Break conditions, there are only few extreme events take place. So there we have now actually some very interesting results, and basically I'll stop there. That we have found something very interesting. That first of all, these extreme events don't happen in terms of isolated extreme events are few. In the active phases, there are almost 75% of the extreme events are clustered into mesoscale systems of 100 to 200 kilometer size, and they can be tracked. And so they provide a basis for actually developing some sort of a prediction system, which may allow them to be predicted even more than 1 day in advance, maybe 2, 3 days or 4 days in advance. But it is not going to be easy, because there will be a lot of how to train them, how much data we'll need, because these small scales have a lot of variability. And even though there is clustering, which gives us a hope, but training will need much more data than 25 years of data. And that is going to be our biggest challenge. And so I think by using, if we can augment this data in some way, and I'm thinking that may be still possible training by augmenting the available satellite data, by doing some sort of a statistical, data augmentation method, by using Monte Carlo simulations and all that, by keeping all the properties. They are not used prediction, but training, they will be very useful, and we are doing that. We are pursuing that in another project. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Very interesting and comprehensive review on this subject. It's a lot of things to be done, especially for Indian continent, if I am looking inside, as we are listening also from you, like earlier lectures and topics which you are discussing it. I find it's very interesting. But now the observation is that one, actually I feel more on real observation on the ground truth is the missing point for this, our country, that we have to enhance it, because that will lead into a very good.
Absolutely. This hourly data is very little and very small. But even our daily network is northeast, it is very poor. And so, and of course now, so ultimately, if we have this 125 radars, they will give us a better vision. But we have to be able to extract research quality data out of that, the precipitation, because it will cover most of the country. But that is the key, and I'm not hopeful that it will happen in the next few years. That is where we need capacity building. We need people who can do this. And that will then help augment whatever rain gauge stations we have, because that kind of a scale, there is no data in the ground-based data.
That is true. Yeah.
So satellite is the only. So by using at least some network, if you increase some of the hourly network at different locations and further validate and correct the satellite data, that is the only way to do it.
Very high resolution data is very important for reaching to a good predictions models to come out of it.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Right. So, any one questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's a very interesting talk. Many times, many learning points for us. I was just wondering that the southwest quadrant of this LPS, you have got the clustering of this high hourly rainfall extreme. So what are the latent heating profiles around those?
We haven't seen that yet. Well, the extreme events will have, it's a very deep, most of them are deep, very deep. We haven't gone to that. We are just looking at in the precipitation field.
Yeah, yeah.
iMERS is just a, integrated product. So we haven't gone that. Now, as the next level, we have to go. Now, lot of things that can be learned now. I think use them and use dynamics to understand them. Now we know that. Now we know to follow this extreme events. Now we can use all the dynamical data that we have and see what kind of structures they have and all that. All that will follow.
Yeah. And why the temperatures are not very high? Because is it due to the large scale cloud cover that is always prevailing during the month? Because the temperatures are around 27 to 28 whenever these
in the northeast, you mean?
In the central India.
Yeah. So. See, central India is a little bit easier in a way. That is where maybe to good to study. But northeast has these mountains, so it is a complex terrain. So here the convective patterns are also different. There are more force, more stratiform rain, because in the when monsoon onset there is no. It's the forced the mountain the orographic forcing starts the convection, and then once the convection starts, they become deep. So it is a complex problem. So and that study is there is also no good study on that. Sort of how this. So all that is required. That is where I think we need to this network of radars that are going to come needs to be planned in a proper manner, so that combination of the they're saying that 6 or 7 will be put here, X band, but are they complementing these complementing the C band radars so that we can cover the X band radars will not will very localized information it will give, but how the movement of the systems, how do you track the movement of the systems, that can only be done by C band radar. So the C band radar, yesterday Professor Sandra actually gave a very nice talk, and you can plan that properly. You can already have a C band radar in somewhere, and unfortunately Guwahati C band radar has not been working for a long time. Now they are going to put something there. So, but I have not seen a thinking in terms of that, how to organize that. Again in whole country also, putting the C band radar and the X band radar should be such that you can augment each other so that you cover everything and the movement, because ultimately the extreme events and other things or MCC, yes, they will all need prior information, movements. The movements are very important. If C band will not give you movement of the systems, they can only give you 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers around this data. So you need to augment them in such a way, by knowing how these things move in a way, you have to plan these systems in such a that you can cover everything, the small scales as well as the larger scale motions that are coming from C band. C band they will give you larger scale motions and their movement, and embedded them will be these extreme events. So this planning of this also, our research can help how you can plan these. So I think the people in the national level should think about how these things can be done better.
Okay, last question.
Yeah.
I think we will missing our lunch if you go on delaying it.
I have 2 questions basically. Nice, interesting talk, sir. One thing is the interaction with the topography and the excitation of gravity waves, which can amplify the EREs. So have you seen the amplitude of such vertical oscillations basically? Have you seen the amplitude, examined the amplitude of vertical velocity during the EREs?
No, Manoj, we have not done that. As Sachin also asked the same questions. We have not gone into the dynamical aspects. Just now we are looking at just the clustering and how the rainfall itself is clustered and modulated by the different scales of motion. We need to, our aim was not to study individual events, but to see their clusters and their evolution. So that is something that one can do. Now we can do it because there is a tracking mechanism by which we can track these. We can then see and identify and do composite of these, and then find out do composite of ID. Now you know that okay, we can track this. Every hour I can track and then see that, okay, what is the system, what is the kind of average structure and so on.
Perhaps my suggestion is can we do some sort of a sensitivity studies to isolate the effect only due to IGWs, so that we can highlight it. And
I welcome you to welcome you to do that. Somebody has to do it.
And the second question is, are these IGWs independently able to trigger this one, or in association with the larger scale?
Are these?
Are these IGWs, gravity waves? Independently able
that
to trigger
that is still remains a hypothesis, and we are exploring that in more details right now. We'll use these data. Okay. At that time, there are only 3 hourly convection data was available. Now we have much better data, half hourly data is there, high resolution 10 kilometer data is there. So we'll re-examine that and then see characterization. Actually, Vijit is working on that. Okay. We are characterizing actually like Wheeler-Keller, this kind of spectra plotting for gravity waves is kind of difficult, but you have to do some regional things and stuff like that. So he's doing that, and I think they are. And this is very important for Northeast because it is a very unique place. It's kind of very rarely in Western Ghat, there is some evidence, and some other places globally the inertial gravity waves affect the extreme events, but in India, this is the first time that we have seen that inertial gravity waves can augment. There is a majuscule system happening because that happens from convective scale, convective instability. So the low pressure system develops from a hydrodynamic instability. So the hydrodynamic instability produces a very large scale instability. That is weak. Now, within that large scale instability, some convective instabilities start developing. They form the convective, cumulonimbus clouds. Then cumulonimbus clouds, they organize themselves into majuscule systems. So that are all based on convective instabilities. So the convective instability is facilitated by the large scale. And once that organizes into an organization, but organization can be weak. Now that organization, what has happened, it produces a vorticity. Vorticity means winds. The wind circulation then goes and hits the mountain, enhances an anomalous wind, which then produces more motion. And that motion further enhances your vertical motion, enhances your extreme event.
So that convective system forms upstream or downstream? That's my...
It is downstream because southward. We have looked at most of this, the northward, both sides if I take stations which is to the north, they are also southward. If I take stations to the south of these, some of the Meghalaya and mountains, they also move southward. And people have already seen this kind of gravity in Arabian Sea during some of the experiments. This is again, same thing happens in Himalayas, then they propagate southward and produce inertial gravity waves.
I have several queries to discuss later.
Bay of Bengal.
Okay, we'll conclude here. Thank you, Professor Goswami, for giving a very wonderful talk and really inciting to young generations to see that on your experience or your lot of work which has gone inside, and still lot to be done.
We are quite excited about it, and let's see. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will break for lunch now, but a couple of important announcements before we break. This session, chaired by Dr. Anandan and Professor Kannan, will continue in a different venue. This is the conference hall of the new academic building. Participants who are attending that session can board a bus which will wait outside and start from this venue at 2:30. So that bus will carry you to the other venue. In this venue, we will begin the third session themed Radar for Complex Terrain. And we will begin with a lead talk by Professor G.S. Bhatt. We are scheduled to begin this session here in this venue at 2:15, and the other session will begin at 3 in the new academic building. Thank you very much. It's in the hall. If there's any participant outside, could you please take your seat in the hall? We are about to begin the third session. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's third session themed Radar for Complex Terrain. We will begin the session with a lead talk by Professor G.S. Bhatt, followed by presentations to be chaired by Dr. Mohan Kaur and Professor Tomo Ushio. May I invite our guests to kindly take their seats on the desk. Professor Ganapati Shankar Bhatt, Chairman, Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences at the Indian Institute of Science. Sir, please take your seat. Now I'd like to invite Professor Tomo Ushio, Senior Member IEEE and Professor at Osaka University, Japan, to take his seat. I would like to invite Dr. Mohan Kaur, Scientist, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, to take his seat on the dais. May I request Dr. Archana Dekar to felicitate our guests. Professor G.S. Bhatt with a Fulam Gamusa. Okay, all right. Thank you. Professor Tomo Ushio, we would like to felicitate sir with a Fulam Gamusa and a memento. Thank you. Dr. Mohan Kaur would like to felicitate him with a Fulam Gamusa and a memento. Thank you. Thank you. We now move on to the lead talk of this session, which will be delivered by Professor Ganapati Shankar Bhatt, who is an Indian geophysicist and the chairman of the Center for Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences at the Indian Institute of Science. He is known for his studies of atmospheric convective processes and air-sea interactions and is an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences. He did his graduate studies in mechanical engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and obtained his master's degree from the Indian Institute of Science. Subsequently, he enrolled at IISc for his doctoral studies and secured a PhD in 1990. His career started as a scientific assistant at IISc, and he has been serving the institute, where he holds the chair of the Center for Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences since 2006. At IISc, he served as a scientific officer from 1989 to 91, assistant professor from 1991 to 97, and associate professor, and subsequently as a professor. In between, he had a short stint at Florida State University as a visiting scientist. He has done extensive studies on the air-sea interactions, and his studies have assisted in widening the understanding of atmospheric convective processes. He served as the principal investigator of the Bay of Bengal Monsoon Experiment, a segment of the Indian Climate Research Program, in 1999. He has also delivered plenary and invited speeches, including the talk on air-sea interaction over the North Indian Ocean at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in April 2012. The Council of Scientific and Industrial Research awarded him the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, one of the highest Indian science awards, in 2002. He is also a member of the India Meteorological Society and Ocean Society of India and an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences. Sir, I hand over the session to you now. Thank you.
No, I have sent it through. So very good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking the organizers for giving me this honor of presenting a lead talk, and also for all the excellent arrangements. I'm happy to be here
in Guwahati after a gap of about 5 years. This is about orographic precipitation features. Essentially, that is the theme of this iRAD, over complex terrains. When it comes to weather, and especially we are talking about clouds and precipitation here, we struggle to understand and predict atmospheric flow and convection over plains and over seas where things are more uniform. Because of the nonlinearities and turbulence in the atmosphere, and also cloud and radiation, that is phase change and radiation. So a complex terrain brings in many additional factors into the atmospheric dynamics and thermodynamics. And the first one is radiative effect, essentially radiative cooling during night and heating during daytime. It brings katabatic wind and anabatic winds. So therefore, during night what happens is that cold air tries to go down into a valley and kickstart formation of clouds there by generating vertical velocity. During daytime, it's the other way around. Radiation hits the slopes and they give rise to thermals on the upslope. And because of this, the diurnal variation of convection over this mountainous region is very different from what you observe over plain land surface. And these are also that mountain obstructs the wind when it comes from plain, like for example, what happens between Bangladesh and Meghalaya, that phase, and it gives rise to upward motion. And that again regards to formation of clouds if things are conducive for that uplift. And another aspect which is not at all understood well is the modification of the atmospheric boundary layer. When it comes to your plane surface, we find it hard to understand it under different stability conditions. But when there is mountain, which also has different plant canopies and terrain, that brings in factors. So boundary layer is always in the developing or transient state, never fully developed. So therefore, another challenging task. And we have this upstream blocking and gravity waves, and that generates additional features. So when you add up all these ingredients over mountainous region, it becomes extremely difficult. And one more factor which I will tell you when it comes to the deployment of radars is the blocking effect of this terrain. It is ideal to have a system which is top of the mountain at the summit, but logistic-wise, it is not at all possible because there is no road, because these areas are not at all hospitable; they are inhospitable. So one has to put it at a lower level where we can, which is approachable, and then beam blocking becomes an important issue. So your area cover gets limited. All these factors make life in observing over these orographic regions one of the most challenging tasks. And one of the solutions is looking from the space. And there also there are limitations. So my presentation here is based on the works which were done by my PhD students, mainly one Shailendra Kumar, and the other one is Ambuj Kumar Jha, he's working at IITM Pune, and now he did his PhD, just completed his PhD from IISc Bangalore. Brief introduction, then we'll look at vertical extent of precipitating clouds using essentially space-based platforms, then spatial distribution of rainfall over one example, and drop size distribution. These are topics I'm going to touch upon very briefly. So this is shows an example of orography over the Western Ghats, which runs parallel to the west coast of India. And this is a color contour of the altitude. And this is a June to September rainfall in color. And these are the wind vectors, 850 HPA wind. So when winds come from Arabian Sea, they have hit this mountain range here. Okay, That's where things become more interesting. And suppose this is the mountain, let's idealize it, and wind comes and hit. It doesn't come normally most of the time, it is at an angle. So, mountain, this is the wind direction. One, we can decompose it into two parts. One is normal to it, orthogonal, plus parallel to it. It is this component which tries to climb over. The other one, which is the parallel, it goes into the valley. And it may get blocked somewhere else and generate precipitation locally, which is quite different from what otherwise would have happened there. So mountain height as well as slope, they have an effect. The orientation between the wind vector and this is also important. The direct effect is vertical velocity, which is proportional to u sine alpha, that is this component, into dh by dx, that is the slope of this mountain there. This essentially normal component is responsible for that. And the parallel component, it becomes a valley current. And use background wind speed, alpha is the angle between wind and the local, this is the angle there. So if the atmosphere is neutral, this is example fluid visualization picture. Suppose you have mountain barrier, neutral fluid, what happens is it gets uplifted at some distance and goes like this. Okay. So what you see is rise, and this is the slope of that dh by dx, which generates the vertical velocity. And at the back, you also see a lot of disturbances to the flow field. That's what we call it the wake effect and the eddies. But when the atmosphere is stratified, it brings in what we call as the gravity waves and a number what we call as the Froude number, which is u sine alpha divided by n0 into h, where n0 is the, if the atmosphere is saturated, it becomes moist Brunt Weissala frequency. If it is dry, then just Brunt Weissala frequency. And h is the height of the mountain barrier. And that becomes important parameter. Other one is it generates gravity waves. So this is the numerical simulation results from PhD work of this Amuj Kumar Jha. You can see that wherever you see this yellow and this color, there is a rising upward velocity, and the bluish colors, they are the downward. You can see that this is the actual mountain range, which is stiff. Ahead of it, again, you see there are places where it promotes ascending motion. And also downstream of it, again, you see this pattern. These are all gravity wave generated. In fact, in the morning, there are several references to this gravity wave generated patterns. And in 2016, as part of this Encompass project between India and UK, there was an aircraft which flew from Bangalore into the Arabian Sea and also over the Bay of Bengal. And when you look at the cross-section across this, at this latitude, and plot the average precipitation over the period 21 to 28 June 1998 to 2014, this is from paper by Fletcher et al. And remember, this is not that one event, it is the average over that period. You see that there are places where this color is more precipitation and this is less precipitation. Again, you see this gravity wave pattern, okay, which is generated by the Western Ghats. So, one question we started asking is how characteristics of orographic precipitating clouds compare in different parts. Again, we looked at Asian region only here. That's because we have a lot of orographic areas here. And one measure of cloud height is you look at radar ecotop height. And what this figure shows is 3B TRMM 3B42 daily average rainfall for the June to September period of, it is a 10-year period. Again, work of Shailendra Kumar. You can see there are pockets of heavy rainfall here, here, here. Wherever you see these red spots, they are all orographic regions. Okay, and this is west coast of India, Western Ghats here, Indian west coast, they are here, and then Myanmar mountains, that is there, and you have Khasi Hills here in Assam region, then you have Cardamom mountains, this is over Thailand, and you have Gulf of Thailand is here, and Myanmar coast, that is there. Okay, these are all orographically dominant regions. And when you look at the cloud system there, this is over the Western Ghat area, one example. You see the cloud top is about 4.5 kilometers. Remember, this is the radar echo top. Okay, always when you look at satellite, that cloud top may be higher. And here it is about 4.5 kilometers, and the freezing level is about 5 kilometers in the tropics during this period. And so therefore, very shallow cloud. But when you look at the intensity, that radar reflectivity factor 40 dB, that's quite high for a shallow cloud. Okay, and the width is about 20 kilometers. Okay, this corresponds to roll clouds over the Arabian Sea and Western Ghat areas. And this is the frequency distribution of cloud top heights, considering only cases where reflectivity is greater than 30 dBz at 1.5 kilometer level, and these cases are active precipitating clouds. Okay. When you see this, over this color, red and green, they refer to Arabian Sea and Indian West Coast and Western Ghats. You see one peak somewhere between 3 and 4 kilometers. Okay, that is there, very shallow clouds. On the other hand, if you look at our Kasil region, there is only one peak here, which is around 6 to 8 kilometers. Okay, so therefore, although these are all orographically forced regions, their behavior differs from Indian West Coast to the rest, because these are all on the eastern part of India, and they have very different characteristics compared to that. Here it is much deeper. Okay, like for example, the Gulf of Thailand, again, it is much deeper than other places. And you also notice that over this Kasil region, you also get these very deep clouds. Okay, that is the other characteristic, which is not there over the Arabian Sea and West Coast. Now, when you look at this, these are relatively big areas, and those areas simultaneously contain not just shallow and deep, it's a mixture of these. So we looked at cases where the fraction of these deep clouds is less than 0.05 for the entire area. So the fractional number of deep clouds are small, because there is no case where completely it is zero, and this happens normally during break monsoon conditions, when it is not monsoon is not active. So this refers to shallow clouds. When you see the vertical extent of shallow clouds during break monsoon conditions, then again you see the distribution of Arabian Sea and Western Ghats. It looks quite different from the rest of these cases. The question is why? The answer lies in the environment in which these systems grow. And this is the radiosonde data. This is from Agartala, that is the red line here. What is shown here, relative humidity versus altitude, up to 8 kilometers only. On the other hand, it is Amini Devi, Goa and Mangalore, which are on the west coast. This is in the Arabian Sea. Arabian Sea, if you see, it is very dry. Then when it comes towards the coast, it becomes slightly more moist, but still it is drier. But Agartala region or Indian Kasil region is much more moist. Same thing with that Myanmar as well as Cardamom mountains. Okay, so the humidity is much higher, and in fact, this one, there is also corresponding change in the vertical stratification, which is related to thermal structure. And it is these things, along with the wind shear, that determine what will be the cloud top height. So therefore, although these are all orographically forced, it is the environment in which they are embedded, that also plays an important role in characterizing the nature of clouds that form there. Okay. Then next question is, how do actually the spatial distribution of rainfall looks like when you have such complex orography? And this one shows, this is again this happens to be near Mahabaleshwar region in Maharashtra, and this section along 18 degrees north, longitude versus altitude. You see a change in altitude of 1 kilometer can happen over a distance of just 5 kilometers. This is very steep orography, and also complex. You can see the up and down like that. And this is Ambuj's work. And one of the questions we started asking is where the rainfall maximum occurs when you have such orography. And it depends. It turns out that if you look at CMORPH data, which is at 25 kilometers resolution, then GPM iMerge at 10 kilometers and TRMM-PR at this is 5 kilometers, all of them, they show different distributions, one. And secondly, the amount of rainfall, accumulated rainfall, that also differs. It entirely depends on spatial resolution as well as what product you consider. In fact, this was also the point which was mentioned in the morning today. So spatial distribution differs among different rainfall products, and rainfall product itself is a function of sensor type, retrieval algorithm, and data resolution. Okay, that becomes critical. So our idea was to create a high resolution spatial resolution data at 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. In fact, there is a place where the vision and the work that Professor Goswami initiated that played a major role. At Mahabaleshwar, he established this high altitude cloud physics laboratory just to study the clouds and precipitation there. And behind it at Mandradev, there was an X-band radar, which is polarimetric established there. And this circle shows 100 kilometer range, which is, you can say, extending it a little bit too far. More than 75 kilometers is not ideal for X-band, but anyway, we took it up to 100 kilometers with little bit of pinch of salt. This is the facility that you have. And we took the data of the year 2018 because that was the year where there was continuous data. Radar worked without any discontinuity. And first thing was to make sure that this data can be used for research purpose. You know, many times when you start doing research, first step is to ensure that the data you are using is suitable for that particular purpose. And so there is a rain gauge here. And first we started with comparing with, there is a distrometer data which is installed at Mahabaleshwar, that is HACPL, and make sure that JWD itself is okay. So we compared JWD daily rain gauge, daily rainfall with IMD rain gauge. There is a good correspondence between the two. That looks like, yes, JWD data is reasonably good for this purpose. And then we try to compare the radar reflectivity factor from JWD with, that is, 1.5 kilometer height radar, not this one, radar reflectivity factor there from 2DVD and JWD. So that JWD is good. There is a 2-dimensional video distrometer data. So therefore, there is consistency. So therefore, we can trust the distrometer data. That is first step. And then we try to derive rainfall versus radar rainfall estimation at HACPL site. And this is JWD rainfall versus radar rainfall. And if you see, JWD says all the way up to 150 millimeters. Here, nothing goes above about 50. Okay, there is a big discrepancy between the two. And radar rainfall is just 20% of JWD rainfall. And due to problem with A and B in the JEDA relationship, because this is the one we use, and different combinations of A and B used in the literature, it could explain account of about 15% variation, but not beyond that. Then what is wrong with it? So then, in fact, when you look at R, there are two factors. One is A and B, yes, but there's also this Z. If there is Z itself is wrong, then it can also become a problem. Remember, X-band is operated by IITM. All the standard calibration procedures were followed there. Okay. So therefore, we had little reason to suspect it initially. But when you start comparing the radar reflectivity factor from radar and Z radar versus ZW, there's a big discrepancy. In fact, there is a bias of 8.3 dB. Okay. Then we also compared radar, the Z radiation from the radar with that with GPM radars. Again, similar bias was there. So therefore, we had to correct it. And after correcting it, and we estimated the rainfall, then there is a good matching. There is a big scatter. It has to do with the nature of precipitation, which I will not go into detail. But when you see the 80 days of that common rainfall period versus the red line is the one where uncorrected. After correction, there is a large improvement between the two. And having done all that, we regraded and formed. Okay, thanks. Thank you. This is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer resolution radiation rainfall map over the Western Ghat region. One is that although this color looks like bluish green, if you see the number here, that is 4,000 millimeters per year. Okay, that's for the value high, and when it goes to red, it is 8,000 millimeters during June to September, during those days. So therefore, rainfall is really high, and you see that beyond the mountain summit, this thick line is the mountain summit, and this line is around 500. This is 500 meter contour. It looks like maximum rainfall occurs around 500 to 600 or 700 meter altitude range, and there's also very high rain accumulation in this sector, in the southern sector here. And that is a place where rain frequency is high, and also rain rates are also moderately high. It is a combination of high frequency, high rain rate that gives rise to this high rainfall area. In other places, like for example in the leeward side, you have high rain rates, but the frequency is low rate, very low. So because of that low frequency, that accumulated rainfall is rather small. And when you look at orographic factors, this is the maximum slope where you see this red line, and where you find maximum accumulation, again very close to the maximum slope, especially in the place where you have this rainfall maximum, there the two coincide exactly, one over the other. And at the summit itself, there's not that much rainfall. But it also shows that slope alone is not sufficient. So to understand this, he carried out what you call this WRF simulation. This is done at 3 kilometers resolution. And this is the radar observed, and this WRF models simulated. It turns out that WRF rainfall goes with the maximum slope. Wherever you find slope is maximum, correspondingly you have very high rainfall. It's not able to give the spatial distribution of rainfall what you observe here. So it actually underestimates overall rainfall, particularly over the RMZ. Okay, the last 5 minutes I'll spend on looking at the drop size distribution. There's a cloud microphysics. This goes back to South India. This is Bangalore here, and there's a place called Agumbe where it rains more than Mahabaleshwar itself. Okay, average rainfall there is 7,000 millimeters. Okay, some years even it rains 12,000 millimeter. Next to Cherrapunji area, this is the highest rainfall receiving area. So I operated distrometer here and here, and if you look at the weather at that location, what is shown here is the relative humidity versus rainfall there. Most of the time, 100% saturated. Okay, and okay, we expected, because over mountainous region, you know that it is raining almost all the time, and you have this low-level clouds are there. But it poses a problem for measurements. Let me show this plot. So what is shown here is daily rainfall time series measured with this is a precipitate, that is a distrometer, and tipping bucket rain gauge at Agumbe in the year 2019. This is the time versus rainfall. There are days, notice that 100 millimeters, 150, and they are very common there, quite often they occur. And some days the agreement is excellent, sometimes a very poor agreement. Okay, and some of these poor agreements are related to, when we went for servicing, we clean the sensor, both tipping bucket rain gauge as well as the optics of that LPM, it is an optical distrometer. And during that period, next 10 days, agreement becomes very good. Because of high moisture content, moss develops on these sensors. It starts blocking that rain gauge, there is a very narrow opening through which water passes, and it blocks it. So therefore, half the water that falls in that, it may flow out, and also the rate, it may goes down, but at a very slow rate, different rate than what actually happens. Okay, because of this, sometimes even though rain rate is very high, but rain gauge doesn't measure that much. That is because that passage is blocked and it is just overflowing. Sometimes when you go there, you find that the water is overflowing. And you get very different rain rate than what is actually happened there. This is one of the challenges in measuring rainfall over all these orographic regions, because of the very high humidity and formation of moss. Just one last slide here is what is shown here is it is not the DM that is mass weighted, but it's just you look at the number of drops in 1 meter cube of water, and you see how much liquid water is there. You think that all of them are spherical. Then you find what is the mean diameter. So that is D0 here. Okay, and this is the rainwater content, amount of liquid water that is in grams per meter cube. This is in millimeter. And red is at Agumbe, that is mountains area, and this is in Bangalore. Bangalore is the rain shadow, and the rainfall there annually is about 800 to 1,000 depending on the year. That is the average. Agumbe, as I said, it is of the order of 6,000 to 7,000 millimeters. And because you put a scatter plot one over the other, sometimes you look as if it looks like all the green dots are here and red. No, actually there are also red dots here, but they are all one over the other. But what it stands out is that at low rates of, like for example, 0.8 to 1.2 millimeters per hour. Okay, and this Bangalore is below that Agumbe. So it has a large, for a given, when you look at that sample mean, Agumbe is above and Bangalore is below. That is, sizes tend to be slightly smaller compared to orographic. Remember, orographic rain comes from shallower clouds in the mean. Okay, but still they produce very big drops over this Western Ghats area. When you look at the larger rain rate, say 8 to 12 meters per hour, then again this separation becomes more. You can see more clearly. At sea, that is 28 to 32 meters, again the separation becomes larger, and at higher thing, again it widens. Therefore, the separation between these two, it starts showing up at much higher rain rates. So therefore, in general, orographic rains, they tend to be have more liquid water content than what happens over plains, which is slightly drier region. Because several reasons for it, but anyway, I don't. And other problem shown here is, this is only for Agumbe, is that either difference between active and break monsoons. Remember, active monsoon, you have much larger fraction of deep clouds. Break monsoon, that contribution is small. So this thick line is the active period. What is here is your diameter versus the number of occurrences, as well as relative contribution to the total rainfall normalized by the maximum. This is a number per unit. This is like a drop size distribution. And when it's a weak monsoon, the drops tend to be smaller, then more number at smaller sizes and less during large. On the other hand, active monsoon, you have more number of bigger drops. And the contribution also shifts. Larger drops start contributing during active monsoon. And yes, finishing, right. And again, when you look at the rain accumulation, again the role of big drops become more important when you look at active monsoon conditions. And during these weak monsoon conditions, that only the smaller drops, the smaller rain rates, they dominate the accumulated rainfall. Thank you. I stop here.
So thank you, Professor Ziad Bhatt. The floor is now open for any questions from the audiences. Yeah. Here.
Yes, sir. You have shown the rainfall maximum as well as the slope.
Yes.
So where do you observe the maximum rainfall? Slightly offset upstream of the flow, or exactly along the maximum slope?
See, this is where you observe the maximum rainfall. Here, southwest west sector.
Slightly offset by
offset.
This so it's by the return flow, or
when you look at the total rainfall, it is a combination of these two: rain frequency and rain rate. These two. Okay, so that product is there. Product of the two.
Okay.
Okay, and when you try to understand this, where you get rainfall maximum, the slope and the maximum slope and the maximum accumulation, they coincide in this area.
Then what is that that black line? That is the
Black is a summit. Summit in the sense, let me go back.
Summit. Okay.
Yeah, here. Like for example, this is the east-west section. Summit is here. Okay. That's around 1,300 or 400 meters. That's the summit.
So
and where you observe maximum rainfall is somewhere where here 500 to 600, that range.
5 to 600. So it actually shows the impact of some sort of a return flow against the mountain and.
There are, in fact, I have not shown you the diurnal variation, and also the angle between the particular orientation of that orography versus the mean wind or the wind when it hits. So therefore, the slope alone is not sufficient. Okay, this is, yes, slope is important, but it alone is not sufficient, and there are additional factors. Okay. But ideal height range is about 600 or 700, because when you look at that Froude number criteria, if the mountain is too tall, it will not be able to cross over. Okay, it hinders, but the flow will try to go around or go away. But this is the altitude where possibility of crossing over the mountain is also high. Okay, it should generate vertical velocity. Along with that, it should be able to cross over. And this combination gives maximum rainfall. Even in Agumbe, when you look at Agumbe, it's at 600 meter altitude above. Okay,
so it should be easily.
Yeah, therefore, that is the place where you get maximum rainfall in the Western Ghats. Okay, so and also orientation plus the right altitude. This combination, along with slope, that plays a role.
So what Professor B.N. Goswami was saying earlier, the interaction with the gravity waves. You could
gravity waves is a different. Yeah, here. So they have a wavelength of tens of kilometers. It is not just 1 or 2. Okay, because if you look at the wavelength, it is about 20, 30 kilometers. That's why you see these bands here.
Hello, sir.
So last question.
I want to just add some points. I think these results confirms the previous analysis where we showed the congested clouds are also sitting or nicely clustering on the higher slope than the summit.
Yeah.
And whereas the deep convection clouds are more on the leeward side.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So these are like a more congested type of cloud. They are sitting on the slopes of the Western Ghats. They produces the higher rainfall.
Right. Let me see that if I have that. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because of lack of time, because if I thought include all those things, one is diurnal variation, actually I deleted, it actually peaks in the afternoon. Other one is there is a decrease in the cloud top height where you go from west to east, there is a decrease, and again it increases on the
yes, over the lee side, the cloud top height
again
increases.
It increases. That's what you see here.
Yes.
That eco top height, again it increases there, deep clouds, right, it is there.
Yeah.
So maybe any other questions? Sir, just I want to know one. I was expecting some difference in the D0 values when you plotted between Agumbe and Bangalore.
Yeah.
But they are, everywhere is just similar. So they don't have any continental effect on the clouds. I mean, anthropogenic activities over Bangalore.
I'll see. I see very small effect here, but not very dramatic.
Almost
negligible. Yeah, it's almost. Because, in all these cases, when you see the drop size distribution, small sizes, they are large in number, big ones, they are very small in number. And that is on a log scale. If you see this, size distribution. The small ones, they dominate. And average D naught is determined by this number of drops there. There are large number dominance of small drops. Yeah, I was also expecting that there will be big separation.
Yeah.
It didn't happen in the diameter space, but it happened in the liquid water content space.
There are similar type of disdrometers, both are LPM?
Both are LPM. Okay. That's identical. Okay. Yeah. Calibrated means compared. Yeah. I won't say calibrated, they inter-compared in Bangalore.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So if there are no questions, let us thank Professor G.S. Bhatt for his enlightening talk. Yeah. So the next speaker is Aditya Jaiswal. So he will be speaking on high resolution mapping of turbulence structures in the lower troposphere using 206.5 megahertz VHF radar over the central Himalayas. So you have 10 minutes. But try to finish by 8 minutes, so that 2 minutes will keep for questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditya Jaiswal, and I will be presenting on the topic of high resolution observation of turbulence structures in the lower troposphere, utilizing 206.5 megahertz VHF radar over the central Himalayan region. So, why we require the high resolution observation? Because VHF radar can provide us continuous observation of turbulence, but observing at a conventional 150 meter resolution is insufficient to fully resolve the fine scale turbulent structures like KH instability, because often these kind of structures occur at a vertical scale of 50 to 250 meter. So when we estimate the turbulence parameter from these structures, the strength of the turbulence is averaged out in a large pulse volume. So we need to study these turbulence structure as a fine vertical and temporal structure to fully comprehend their sources, how intermittent these structures are, and also we will study in this we will study the diurnal evolution of turbulence over our location. So, so for our work, we have utilized the Aries ST radar that is located among mountains at an altitude of 1.8 kilometer. It operates at a central frequency of 206.5 megahertz and has a bandwidth of 5 megahertz. And this radar can provide the highest vertical resolution up to 37.5 meter that we have used in our study. So for the estimation of turbulent kinetic energy dissipation rate, spectral width method is among the most common method, but among the spectral width methods is also there are variation. So when we see the Hawking method, and so these methods require the estimation of blunt vessel frequency that require the that require the vertical profile of temperature that needs the radius on the observation. Plus, these models are not suitable to estimate turbulence during convective condition, because then n square will be negative and we cannot estimate it. The third reason is that few studies that was done in that was done using the VHF radar in Japan, and they have they have compared the VHF radar estimated values with the in-situ observation with UAV in the lower troposphere, and they have found that the epsilon is actually proportional to cube of spectral width, not square of spectral width. So for that, considering these aspects, we have utilized we have utilized a numerical integration method that was proposed by these authors, and the advantage of this method is that the entire turbulent kinetic and energy dispersion rate can be estimated using the radar parameters alone. So for our experiment, we have operated radar continuously for about a week, and here I have shown the composite picture of 7-day observation of radar signal to noise ratio, spectral width, vertical wind velocity, and horizontal wind velocity, and you can see the coherent structure of high SNR spanning over several days, and this is well correlated with the high spectral width and the strong alternate updraft and downdraft couplet, and these structures are located in the high wind shear zone. So this tells us that these structures are related with strong turbulence that is highly correlated, highly correlating with wave activity and high wind shear. So to further study the nature of these echoes in detail, we analyzed a 4-hour window showcasing the multi-layered structure. So by enhancing the contrast of these images, we observed the S-shaped type structures and SNR that are classic visual signature of the KH instability. So these structures are found to be associated with high value of the spectral width, and also the strong vertical motion, and they are occurring in the high shear zone.
Aditya, you have less than 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
Okay, so then we estimated the gradient Richardson number and found that these structures are occurring in a region of dynamic instability, and it is actually trapped between a region of static stability. So so we have also done the phase analysis, and we have observed the sharp phase jumps within these regions of KHI, and before that we have linear progression in phase. So this indicates that the mountain wave energy is being trapped in these table layer and being dissipated. So then we also studied the diurnal variation of TK dissipation rate, and we observe maxima around noon period and low value of turbulence around the night time, and we also studied the turbulent kinetic and energy dissipation rate distribution at the various height levels, and we observed bimodal distribution, and the lower peak is possibly due to the background turbulence, and the higher peak due to the KHI episode occurring due to breaking of waves. And then we also estimated the Gini coefficient that determines the inequality in the distribution, and we found it high value, and that it shows that the turbulence is highly intermittent. And to sum up, we successfully utilized the STAR 37.5 meter resolution to characterize the fine scale turbulent layers in the Himalayan troposphere, and we identified the persistent wave type structure linked to the high wind shear and mountain wave breaking, and turbulent kinetic energy dispersion rate shows a clear diurnal peak at noon and follow a bimodal distribution. The high Gini coefficient highlight the extreme intermittency of these processes. And moving forward, we plan to extend these observations throughout the year to capture the seasonal variability of the turbulence over this complex Himalayan terrain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Quick questions, please. So if not, let us thank Aditya as well.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Hadia Nawal, CK. She will be speaking on the on simultaneous observations of precipitation systems using S-band and C-band polarimetric Doppler radar weathers over the Western Ghats of India.
Good afternoon all. I am Hadia Nawal from Space Physics Laboratory, VSSC, ISRO. Today I will present the analysis using simultaneous observations of precipitation systems using S-band and C-band Doppler weather radars over the Western Ghats of India. Here we can see the Western Ghats. They are a biodiversity hotspot spanning 1,600 kilometers, having an average width of in between 50 to 80 kilometers, and they source many perennial rivers which drain 40% of Indian landmass. What is the significance of Western Ghats on Indian monsoons? As we see from the figure itself, we can see a larger annual rainfall over these western parts of this Western Ghat region, because of the orographically forced deep convection, we receive severe rainfall over the western slopes of Western Ghats, and also mixed phase is observed, and larger very prominent bright band signatures are observed in this region. And also variability in the microphysics of hydrometeors also observed in this region. And that's how Western Ghats becomes a natural laboratory for the multi-frequency radar synergy. Now I am using S-band radar at Cochin and C-band Doppler weather radar at Tumba. This is the geographical location of the Tumba C-band radar, which operates with 11 elevations for operational weather radar purpose, and these are the major technical specifications of the C-band radar with the frequency 5.665 gigahertz, and these are the other specifications. And as of any other operational weather radar, C-band radar operates with surveillance scan and volume scan modes. And these are the radar products we will obtain. And the C-band radar is very well calibrated. And the first calibration was done using sphere calibration method, using a sphere of non-radar cross-section, which is tied to a balloon, and calculating the radar reflectivity factor using this radar equation. This is the radar constant measured by the Bell Laboratories, which is the manufacturers of this radar. And as of the system specifications, the radar constant was calculated this with a radar constant difference of 5.5633 dB. And when we did the sphere calibration, we got the radar constant difference of 6.02 dB. and thus the difference to be accounted was 0.45 dB, and this we considered for the radar calibration. And also the CDWR was calibrated using LPM, laser precipitation monitor, which was situated 17 kilometers from the radar. And here is the radar location, and here is the LPM location. And while comparing the time series of rainfall intensity, we could see a greater correlation between the C-band DWR calculated rainfall intensity and the LPM rainfall intensity, with a correlation coefficient of 0.89. And this was observed on a day with a high rainfall rate of 100 millimeter per hour. And these are the various spatial distribution of various radar parameters of the CDWR on 2017 June 2nd. On which on 2017 June 2nd, a stratiform rainfall was observed, which produced a greater bright band signatures in the reflectivity and differential reflectivity and the correlation coefficient also. And this was also observed in the reconstructed range height indicator diagrams, with the mixed layer was found around 5 kilometer, and these are found in both these plots. Here we can see a larger value of radar reflectivity and also differential reflectivity values, and a diminishing value in rho. And for preliminary analysis, I have analyzed the reflectivity values and other parameters of a waterspout event happened over Tumba. And this is the radar hook echo which we have observed. And also we have observed the velocity couplet and other supercell like characteristics such as size sorting and ZDRRs. Now I have selected two stratiform events for the study of the combination using S-band and C-band. And this is the first event, 2023 July 4th. And these are the radar parameters, and here we could observe a radar bright band on 425 UTC at 16 degree elevations, and also at 451 we could observe these radar bright band signatures in the C-band radar also. And this video shows the evolution of the stratiform rainfall event. And also on 2024 August 30, we could observe a stratiform event in both C-band and S-band DWR. And these are the bright band echoes in differential reflectivity and differential reflectivity. And also in the S-band DWR, after a few hours, we could observe the radar bright band. And these figures shows the common volume of the S and C-band radars. This is the S-band radar and this is the C-band. And here we can see the very compatible images, and the echoes which was missed by the C-band radar was captured well by the S-band radar. And here I have plotted the CFATs of reflectivity of CWR and SDWR, and we can see a good correlation between these figures. And the future work, I wanted to recalibrate the CDWR and also calibrate the SDWR, especially for the ZDR, and also rain rate retrievals from reflectivity and KDP algorithms and their validation using LPM data, and also quantification of the differences due to the attenuation and other beam characteristics, and also band-specific corrections for the improved precipitation estimation of the monsoon, Indian summer monsoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Hadia. So, any questions? Yeah, I have one question. How did you get a fantastic agreement between the didrometer rainfall measurement and your from your radar? I mean, how far your radar was situated from the didrometer, and I mean, it was quite unnatural, as I know. I mean, a 0.8 correlation is quite very good. So how did you achieve that?
So the LPM is situated 17.3 kilometers away from the DWR, and also the study was conducted after sphere calibration, and also radar was validated using GPM data.
The lowest elevation you used, or the lowest elevation you used?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the next speaker is Ninurpal Nath. He will be speaking on study of seasonal variation of turbulence parameter over Guwahati region using the ST radar. So all other speakers who has not yet uploaded their PPT, please upload in that facilities available here. The Pankaj Mili and then Partha Roy. Partha Roy is available? No. So Kostov also is not available here. Bhaigrasri Bora. She is here. Okay. Sonam Lotus. Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ninurpal Nath. I am a research scholar from Guwahati at the Physics Department of Guwahati University. I am doing my PhD in ST Radar Center, and as a part of our research, we are trying to find out the dynamics of the lower atmosphere using our ST Radar system. And I am here to present as part of my work, and for that I am thankful to iRAD community for giving me this opportunity to present my work here. So moving on to next part, introduction. So atmospheric turbulence is what? The turbulence is the, as you can, all of you all know, are from atmospheric science background, then so you all know about the turbulence parameter. So in simple words, turbulence is the shift in position from its mean position. So turbulence parameter characterizes the how the fluid is behaving in chaotic motion. So by using turbulence parameter, we can show the particle mixing of the momentum, heat, temperature profile, etc. So turbulence is also important for the boundary layer behavior. If there is more turbulence in the atmosphere, then the boundary layer will be found near the surface, and the depth of the boundary layer will be much higher than in lower turbulence situations. So moving on to the next part. My objective, we have tried to find out the CN square refractivity turbulence structural constant using our ST Radar system over Guwahati region, and we tried to find out the diurnal variation of the CN square, and we then tried to find out the seasonal variation of the CN square over this region. So the ST Radar system. So ST Radar system is situated at the Guwahati University, and it is above the 50-meter mean sea level. So the place is interesting because the region is near the Meghalaya plateau, and this makes this place quite important for the study of atmospheric science here. So we have tried to use our system and try to find out our calculations. So these are some parameters for our calculation. The radar is basically consists of 576 Yagi antennas, and each antenna is connected with a TR module. The TR module basically acts as the brain of the antenna. So radar basically works on the DBS technique or Doppler beam swimming technique to probe the lower atmosphere in 5 directions, as I mentioned in the slide here: east, west, north, south, and zenith. And we can operate the radar in various race resolution in the need of our operation. We can use 75-meter resolution, or 150-meter, or 300-meter resolution. So methodology. So we have used since this equation 1 as I mentioned here, to calculate the CN square, and for that purpose, the various parameters are here already taken mentioned in the previous slide, and we have collected all these parameters and used these two equations to find out the CN square of our radar system. So again, to see the similarity of our results with the radiation results, we have used this equation, equation number 2, and try to find out the similarity of the two behavior of the CN square from both results. So moving on to results part. So as I have shown here in these two dates, we have found that the CN square vary from -14 meter to 2/3 to -16.5 meter to 2/3, and in both the dates we can see that the radiation data and the radar data are behaving almost similarly, and we can see that the radar our CN square calculation is quite good, and we can proceed further to use this calculation. Here are some other results, and after finding out results, we have tried to find out the correlation between the radar and radiation day, and after considering around 100 data points, we have found that the correlation is around 0.80. So we have to, we have shown the data for precipitation and no precipitation time, and we can see a clear difference between the precipitation and non-precipitation time. And for a diurnal evaluation, we have consider two conditions. One is rainy and other is normal condition. In rainy condition, we have found that the turbulence value is quite higher, around -12 meter to 2/3. But in normal air condition, it is around it lies around -15 degree, -15 value. So from this value, we can show that during turbulence parameter rainy condition, the turbulence will be higher. Now, the main objective was to study the seasonal variation. So we have divided the year in 4 seasons: winter, pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon. And we try to find out the mean average of this season and plot the CN square value. The red color defines the standard deviation of our calculation. So as we can see, in winter season, the value is quite lesser than in monsoon season. Another cases, in monsoon, the value is quite high, large, up to a very good height. But in winter season, it is not the same case. In the winter season, the value, lesser value starts from near the ground. So we can say as expected, in winter season, due to steady and calm weather, the CN square value is lesser as compared to in monsoon season. And the other two cases, pre-monsoon and post-monsoon season also, we can see due to the various atmospheric characteristics processes. In pre-monsoon also, the radar CN square values near the surface is quite large than winter, but in the upper atmosphere, it gradually decreases and stables around in the -15 value. So from that position, we can also say that in 4 seasons, we get the 4 characteristics, all different characteristics of CN square along the altitude region. And so summary of my talk will be, we have found that during the monsoon season, the CN square value is quite large. It lies between -14.5 to -17 meter inverse 2/3, and in winter season, it is around -15 degree. The higher CN value during CN square monsoon season indicates the higher turbulence in the atmosphere. And in winter season, as I already mentioned, due to the calm weather, the CN square value is lesser as expected. In our future work, we will try to find out the variations behavior of the other turbulent characteristics parameters like turbulent kinetic energy, eddy dissipation rate, using our radar system over the Guwahati region, and we will find out their seasonal variations also. So this will be the end of my work, and thank you. Before thanking you, I want to thank my supervisor, Dr. Manoj Soikia sir, for guiding me through this work. And I also thank my lab mates, Bijit and Pankaj, for helping me in my work. And I also thank the iRAD 2026 for giving me the opportunity to present here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilutpal. So, any questions? Okay, if not, let us thank Nilutpal. Thank you. So, the next speaker is Pankaj Mili. So, he will be speaking on high resolution ST radar observation of a pre-monsoon hailstorm over Assam, a case study.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pankaj Mili. I'm a research scholar at Guwahati University. Today I will be presenting...
Pankaj, your PPT has not been uploaded.
Okay. Today I will be presenting my work titled High Resolution ST Radar Observation of a Pre-Monsoon Hailstorm over Assam, a case study. Here I will be analyze the radar data, ST radar data of a hailstorm event that occurred on 31st March 2024. Before going to other parts, let's just see the basic hail formation concept. That is basically hail forms within deep convective thunderstorm when strong updraft repeatedly leaves the liquid droplets above the freezing level, then it's grow into ice pellets. The study of hailstorm events are very important and significant due to its socio-economic loss potentials. And these are some works that have been done in Indian parts, other parts. These works are mainly based on Doppler weather radar radiations and numerical simulations. They mainly examine the structure and evolution of hailstorm, but high resolution temporal and vertical resolution updraft magnitudes and turbulent evolutions are very limited. Especially in Northeast India, such study is about zero, that is nil. So why this study is significant? Already other presenters have already discussed about this complex terrain of Northeast region. It is mainly mountainous. Here we can see these are the Himalayas, the Patkar Range and Khasi Jayantia hills surround the Northeast region, and the Brahmaputra Valley creates a strong topographic contrast. So naturally this region is an ideal natural laboratory for such study. Despite of such topography and frequent severe convection, no high resolution study by in situ systems of such event has been conducted in Northeast India. This is a major gap. So in my objective, we will try to analyze vertical structure of severe pre-monsoon hailstorm to investigate ascendant turbulence signature, examine evolution of updraft and downdrafts. Let's see the basic working of GeoST radar that has already mentioned by my previous speaker. This radar consists of 576 Yagi-Uda antenna in circular array. It works in Doppler beam swinging technology. It mainly gives the 3D wind profile, that is UV and W data. These are the parameters of our radar system. First, I want to show some satellite based observation. This is the satellite imagery of the that storm event. This is a typical nor'wester storm propagating towards NEI. Brightness temperature was about minus 70 degree, which is favorable for hail formation. This is outgoing long wave radiation. This also confers the presence of cloud. Low OLR confirms strong convective forcing during radar observation. This is some radio Sunday data of that day. These are some parameters. This is the main part of our study. This is the signal to noise ratio figure diagram. A strong backscatter core with SNR value exceeding 40 dB has been seen in the box. You can see this high reflectivity extends vertically up to about 10 to 12 kilometer, indicating a deep convective system. The intense SNR above the freezing level we have shown in dashed lines to 10 kilometer altitude suggests the presence of large hydrometers. The surface rain accumulation also starting from the 23:20 IST, that is the hail time. This precipitation peak coincides with the high reflectivity core observed in the radar profile. This is the refractive index structure constant analysis. This is CN2. This basically gives us the strength of the turbulence in the atmosphere. Here we can see the refractive index during the hail event values increased significantly, peaking 10 to the power minus 13. The background level was in the mid troposphere was about 10 to the power minus 16 to 17, but it increases during the hail time, indicating violent mixing within the storm cloud. Here we have taken few 4 heights in the mid troposphere. Here also we can see the CN2 value increases. We have taken the mean CN2 value for the hail phase and after few hours of the hail phase. So here we can clearly can see the difference between the CN2 value. Overall, CN2 increased by order of 2 magnitudes during the hail phase. Here's the last part of my analysis. This is the vertical velocity, which is very significant. As we can see the reddish part, this is the updraft just before the hail period, and the bluish part is the downdraft. The vertical dash box is highlighting the mature stage of the storm, where the airflow rapidly transition from upward motion to a strong downward motion, downdraft actually. So here we can see the value of the updraft is around 6 to 9 meter per second, and the downdraft was around minus 10 to 12 meter per second. This strong downdraft acceleration is driven by the drag of falling hydrometers. The timing also perfectly aligns with our surface accumulation. In conclusion, we have see the SNR value above 40 dB was observed, extending up to 12 kilometer. We have see the turbulence, atmospheric turbulence presence through ST radar. Also, we see the evolution of updraft to downdraft in vertical high resolution, providing insight often missed by lower resolution observations. The ST radar successfully captured the high resolution vertical structure of a severe pre-monsoon hail on 31st March 2024. Our future work include to analyze several such hailstorm and deep convective events in our region, so that we can establish a statistical baseline for vertical storm structure in this region.
Thank you, Pankaj. So any questions from the audience? So Pankaj, I want to ask you, how much rainfall you noticed or you observed during your event, the rainfall event? I don't see any high density rainfall.
Okay, that was not exactly high density rainfall. That was just a hailstorm event for 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. And then downdraft is actually basically the fall velocity of the hydrometeors. You didn't segregate clear air and hydrometeors?
No, that was not a part of my work. I just see the vertical structure of that updrafts and downdraft through ST radar, how it can be useful for further research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So next speaker is Partha Roy. I think he is not present here. And also Kostov, he is also not present. So Bhagyasri Bara. She's there? Okay. So she will be speaking on seasonal pattern change in the climate of Northeast India. Bhagyasri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Bhagyasri Bara. Today I am going to present on the topic of seasonal pattern change in the climate of Northeast India. So, the motivation background why we choose the trend analysis of this Northeast. Well, Northeast is a very climate sensitive region. All of you may know, but the temperature, rainfall, seasonal timings are changes in the 40 years of data. So, shifting seasons behavior has direct consequences on agriculture, water resource, biodiversity, and many more. So the understanding of the long-term climate variability using data-driven analysis is very, very essential. So we have focused on the basically 4 objectives. First is to analyze the long-term seasonal climate variability using 40 years of meteorological data. In the NASA dataset from the data access viewer, we have found out the 40 years of data in that open source dataset. So the second objective is to investigate the shift in winter, summer, monsoon, and autumn seasons over this time period. So, and to compare the satellite-based climate observations with ground-based atmospheric measurements, and for that we have comparatively select the ST Radar Center, Guwahati University, from the validation of my from the open source data which are exactly available in the data access viewer, and to identify the distinct temperature using the unsupervised machine learning method. So first of all, I want to clear that what is unsupervised machine learning method. So if the data are not available, if the levels are not given in the data set, so in that case we can select the k-means clustering method. So the mainly study area focuses on the Jalukbari area. Why I have chosen? Because of the validation of the data set. So we have focused on the latitude of 26.14 degree north and longitude of 91.64 degree west for the geographical representation of the Northeast India, highlighting the Jalukbari study location. So the first data set is from the NASA data set, which is available in the data access viewer. We have focused on the latitude and longitude, then we will found out the very much parameters are there, but we have selected only the temperature, humidity, precipitation, and the wind speed. And for the verification of our data set, we have selected the ground-based atmospheric observation collected from the Jalukbari ST Radar Center, which is used for the validation and comparison with satellite-based comparison temperature data. So for the seasonal classifications, we have 4 seasons: winter, summer, monsoon, and autumn. So first, characterized by the cooler and relatively stable temperatures, and the summer is marked by the rising temperature. Monsoons are dominated by heavy rainfall, and autumn represents the post-monsoon transitional phase. So the methodology mainly focuses on first data collection. In that data collection, we just remove the irrelevant or null values from the NASA dataset, which have found out as in CSV file. First, then data processing, which handles the missing values and convert year and month to date format. And then we will choose the time series analysis, where we have found out the box plotting of monthly trend analysis of the 40 years, and then seasonal pattern analysis, where monthly temperature comparisons, identification of hottest and the coldest years, and then clustering method. In K-means clustering, we have differentiated the three clusters. First, we have selected the K equal to 3, then in the data points we have choose the different data points to different clusters. Then the predictive modeling and resultant analysis, then month-wise analysis. In the data pre-processing methods, the raw meteorological data cleaned by the handling missing values. In the data set, we have found very null values like zeros. So first we have to remove that unnecessary values from our data set. Then we will select the trend for temporal dependencies examined prior to clustering. Then data normalization applied when necessary to ensure fair distance-based clustering results. And about K-means clustering, here we have used the unsupervised learning method for group clustering of the temperature observations. And here we select three clusters where I already mentioned K equal to 3. That means K equal to cold, moderate, and warm in the 3 cluster. Then for the validation and visualization, we have used Silhouette coefficient and winter cluster of squares. Here we can see the results. Head trend analysis has in increasing trend. In the temperature, in case of temperature, we have seen in the 4 seasons, it is the increasing trend. And in case of maximum and minimum temperature, and in case of precipitation, humidity also, it has been found that in the 40 years of data, it is in the increasing trend only. Maximum temperature has been in increasing trend. So it has clear evidence of focusing the shifting of seasonal patterns in Northeast India over the 4 decades. And the result highlights increasing the climate variability across the different seasons. And the findings are valuable for climate adaptation strategies in agriculture and regional planning. So the future work focuses on the time series and statistical method to quantify trend significance. We will use climate models to project future seasonal changes and integrate climate trends to socio-economic and agricultural impact. So these are some of the references. I want to thank ST Radar Center Guwahati for the validation of my dataset with our open source available data access waiver. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaikusri. So any question? So if not, let us thank Vaikusri. Sir, you have any question? No. Okay. Yeah, let us thank Vaikusri Bora for her talk. Next speaker is Sonam Lotus. No? Then Somiran also is not available now, so we don't have much further speaker. So this we may consider end of this session. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we have a tea break. After that, we have the interacting session for posters in the next hall, right? Yeah. Thank you.